There are actually, yeah. Yeah.
Specifically. No, I'm talking to someone on the computer. Thank you though. But
yet.
if you are gonna move, then take the microphone.
Okay, how do I do that? Just grab it?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Put it there though, for now. 'Cause- Make sure
If you walk
I'm just
away.
making sure my phone is on mute. Check the text.
Hello.
Okay. Alan, you guys need to come up.
What?
We need to come up. The board, yeah, the Ellen and Kate need to come. You're off the hook for the minute.
Where do you want us, Suzanne? Right here?
Yeah, I think just come up this way.
Hold
Just
on.
stand up here.
Yep.
Everybody come on up. Okay, if you have it, yeah, now you have to come up, Amber.
It's moving down a little bit, but it
Yep.
work.
Keep going, keep going.
Oh, yeah. I have no idea how this is working, but I'm hoping for magic. Good morning. I'm really short. Good morning. Can you hear me? No. Is it hearing?
Pass this down.
Ask the mask.
Morning. Okay, now, hi Linda, good morning.
Pass it down a little bit.
Welcome everyone to our 30th annual conference and live and in person, and welcome to all our virtual audiences. This is like, we're still working on the technology part. We're getting there. One of our presenters today is here to help us with that new technology. But before you, I have the most impressive board I have ever had the privilege of working with. Everyone, they just say yes. And I've never met people that say yes before like this. Okay, what can I do? They actually come to me and ask me, what can I help you with? And I'm just blown away. And NJAPM is really lucky to have these people. They worked so hard. We are working really hard in bringing up us to technology. I don't know if you noticed, our website is a work in progress constantly. We are forever changing it and improving it. We have expanded our marketing. The list goes on and on. But before we do anything else, this is actually our annual meeting, and we are here to swear in officers. And this was a very difficult piece of paper to find. I had to go back to the president from 2013, I think it was. So we have a microphone here, but it's very simple. Everybody has to say that it's very, I was told it's a little corny. So, repeat after me. I promise to foster the excellence in the field of mediation, promote mediation as the preferred method of dispute resolution, and
Stop.
We have to overhear it. Okay, I'm going to read it.
And then we say, I do.
Say I agree. Okay. I promise to foster excellence in the field of mediation, promote mediation as the preferred method of dispute resolution, encourage and provide mediation education to the public, the government, and professions, train and accredit professional mediators, and protect the public by adhering to and enforcing the code of ethics and standards for mediation. So actually, all of us should be taking that oath, because this is, as mediators, I think that says it all.
I agree.
I agree. I do. And now, if you could just quickly go through and introduce yourselves and give your 2-minute elevator speech.
Hi, I'm Kate Monagle, and I'm serving as the secretary for the second year in a row. I'm really glad to be part of the organization and meet so many like-minded mediators. Okay, now you can hear me better. Very good. Okay, I am a lawyer as well. My background is in litigation and also divorce litigation, and now I do not do divorce litigation. I only mediate. So, pleasure to be here and welcome you all. I'm also on the conference committee, so enjoy.
And also position on the board.
Yes, I started with that, but I guess you didn't hear. I'm the secretary. This is my second year as secretary. Good morning, Rave Rohawk Mediation. I have just been sworn in. I am new to the board, happy to be here, happy to help. I am a new APM as well, and also on the conference committee. Happy to see all your faces, and I hope you enjoy our program today.
I'm Rick Carleen, mediation. Wendy Bahari, attorney and mediator, vice president of the University Association of Professional Mediators.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Margie Echeverria. I'm the Executive Vice President of New Jersey Association of Professional Mediators, an attorney, a mediator, and arbitrator.
I got one. Good morning, Megan Bradley. I am currently the treasurer of the NJAPM. I'm starting my second year. I am with DiLorenzo Bradley and Banfi in Morristown, New Jersey. And for the last almost 5 years, I'm only doing divorce and family law mediation and or collaborative divorce.
Good morning, everybody. Zoe Casotis, new to the board, also the marketing chairperson. Suzanne, is this the time I should give? All right. So I will be giving taking a bit more time than the other folks on the dais. This is a really exciting time for NJAPM. For the fiscal year starting October 1st, the board has agreed to make a significant investment in marketing and advertising our organization. We're going to use these funds to join various organizations which align with our purposes of promoting mediation, as well as trying to increase business for our members and increase our membership. We also are going to use the funds for marketing analysis, digital print ads, brochures, etc., as well as attending conferences. So far, NJAPM has joined 2 business and industry associations. They are the New Jersey Business and Industry Association of New Jersey, as well as the Commerce and Industry Association of New Jersey. We recently placed an ad in CIANJ, and it is a full-page ad in their Commerce magazine. This edition focuses on professional services, so we really lucked out with timing. Also, we are having a digital banner ad that is being distributed to over 30,000 members every business day throughout November. In addition, we had a table at the New Jersey Psychological Association at the end of last month, and I'd like to thank Bill Donahue, Mitsuraju, Eric Friedman, Bridget Sampalis, and Diana Longo for staffing the table. We've also have established a symbiotic partnership with the Academy of Professional Family Mediators, which is headed by none other than Steve Menick. And we are having a continuing dialogue with the special interest group. And I would like to thank Ben Feigenbaum, Bob McDonald, and Bill Donahue for giving us really good ideas. So thank you very much.
Tough act to follow. I'm Glenn Nolan. I'm a board member. I'm also an attorney. I am a Boston mediator in New York and New Jersey for civil as well as family, including domestic violence. And also a certified family mediator in Florida. I'm working on becoming a certified circuit mediator in Florida as well. I do attorney review, but most importantly, I want to see everybody show up at the weekly consultation hour that we have on Fridays at noon. I think that's learning from mediators. It's extremely important that people see what other people are doing, get help with any issues that might arise. I am also the point person for the Bergen County Peer Group, as well as the real property significant interest group. So please look into that and make sure when you want to join those meetings, you do it through the njapm.org website. We're trying to get everything centralized that way. So we know you attend, you get your credits for being there, and we get to get an idea of what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong. So I appreciate it.
Bruce, you may have to come in a little bit.
I may have to come in. I think people can see me. Bruce Martinez, I'm the immediate past president of the NJAPM. I am a recovering litigator. Divorce and family law. For most of my career, I no longer litigate. I'm pretty much a full-time mediator. I do some collaborative divorce work, and I'm a parenting coordinator, and I do a bunch of other things, all ADR. It's wonderful to see everybody here. I'm also coordinating this year the Carl Cangeloso webinar series on pretty much the third Monday of every month. I think there's a couple of months that were the fourth because of holidays and things, but the next one is coming up in a couple of weeks. First week left is starting a program on workplace disputes, mediations. So it's 1 hour once a month on Mondays. That's all I have.
One has a CLE credit too.
Yes, that has a small credit.
Okay, and now it's my pleasure to introduce in alphabetical order Michelle Cresty.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Michelle Cresty. I'm a partner in the firm Macy and Cresty. My background is in various forms of litigation. I'm currently a board member for NJAPM. I'm the ICL chair, the continuing legal education chair. In addition to that, I've been doing arbitration and or mediation through the state courts since approximately 1998. And I just earned my APM credentialing. So very happy to be with this group and looking forward to another great year.
Judge Jones.
Greetings from the Rocky Mountains. I'm Lawrence Jones. I'm the chair of the Cultural Competency Committee at NJAPM for the past 3 years, and also a board member for a similar amount of time. We have a great panel program later today at 2 o'clock on cultural competency. Hopefully you can all join us for that. And welcome everyone to today's conference.
And Linda, last but not least.
Thank you. I'm an attorney, I'm an arbitrator, I'm a mediator. Approximately 10 years ago, I gave myself the gift of stopping to litigate and to concentrate on ADR. I'm a relatively new member of the board, and I am the editor of Mediation Matters, which is the new name for the NJAPM newsletter. I want to thank everybody who submitted an article for our fall 2023 newsletter. They were wonderful articles and I really appreciate it. I believe it's in your Dropbox for the conference day if you haven't seen it already. And I'd like to ask each and every one of you to think about a topic that you think may be of interest to our members. Reach out to me. You can call me. You can email me. I'd love to see more articles. We will be doing another one to coincide with our spring conference, and the deadline for that issue will be March 15th, 2024. Thank you.
And our virtual web person, Tori, are you going to come and say hello? There we are.
I'm Tori. I'm the executive director of NJAPM. I know that we're running a little bit tight this morning, so I'll keep my speech fast, but I just want to say thank you so much for everyone who was able to be there in person and online today. I really want to thank the conference committee. I can't even begin to thank them enough for how many hours and how much effort they put into this. And especially Suzanne, who really works tirelessly for NJAPM. So this year we are doing automated credits. You'll receive a link in your email after the conference. And so please keep track of the codes, but then you should, that will be automated on our end. I just want to say thank you again. I'm so excited for the panel and all the speakers we have today. It's a great lineup, and please enjoy.
That's great. Thank you, everyone. And Tori mentioned the CLE. Tori mentioned the CLE credits are going to be automated. We're introducing a little bit of automation today. If you haven't already taken a picture with your phone on the QR code, that you do that and it will download the Dropbox, and the program for today is there with all the bios of the speakers. The sponsors, who I cannot thank enough, they're listed, and we'll have a little bit of a special thing at lunchtime highlighting them. And, the CLE credits are going to take a little bit of effort on your part to put the codes in. So make sure you keep track of your codes today if you need them. And that's pretty much it on the technology side of things. And I'm just
so delighted that everybody has worked so hard to get us here today. And you know, we have, each time we keep doing this, we have more people coming in person. I also think it's great that we can have the virtual people. Don't feel left out, because we are a small state, but we're like a very traffic heavy state. So it's not always easy to, you know, meet up in the center. And technically, I think Edison, in this area where we are today, is in the center, but at 6 something in the morning, the traffic was still amazing to get here. So
Then on the CLE, to the people in attendance here.
everybody has to keep track of your codes. So make sure you keep track of them, put them in your notes on your phone, keep track of those CLE credits. If you have problems, I'm sure there's people that can help you with that. So and you know who to call. Oh, yes. And in the Dropbox is your certificate for attendance. That is not your CLE credits. That is the internal certificate, which looks beautiful. There's an example of it on the registration table. And it's but it has all the information and APMs. The nice thing is we keep track of everything. If you register through the website, it just goes right into your profile and you'll be able to look. And also those credits, if you can't find where you did it, you should be able to go get those credits later and not have to call us and say, where did my credits? And they'll be memorialized on your profile. So this is what we're trying to do. Now, whether we do it 100% correctly, if, you know, some of the technology is crazy, like I did stump the IT people when I'm like, I set up the Zoom thing. It's doing it on Sunday, but on the website it says on Monday. And they're like, we don't know why. And that was actually calling Zoom and our IT person and your membership platform. They all gave me the answer like, yeah, that's strange. So even the experts don't understand. But anyway, enjoy. Make sure that we have a little quick clip to show you for the promoting the affiliate mediation group, and just go grab some coffee, and we'll be starting soon with our main featured speakers. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Hi, guys.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm going to show a video of one of our sponsors. Give me one quick second to play it for you guys.
Hello, I'm Steve.
Hold on one second. It is APFM 2023. They have a little video for us today. So I'll play this.
Hello, I'm Steve Mennick, president of APFM, the Academy of Professional Family Mediators. We're the national mediation umbrella organization and have been working very closely with the president of your state organization to promote your association and to provide APFM's benefits directly to you at a special discount precisely because of your state affiliation and your attendance at this important conference. To learn more about APFM, visit our website and scan the QR code and photograph the special discount code on the screen. Some of the many benefits that APFM membership has to offer you are world-class.
Hold on a second. Let me make it a little louder.
Of APFM, a professional years for the national promotional organization and have been working very closely with the president of your state organization to the association and to APFM's benefits directly a special discount precisely because of your state affiliation and your attendance at this important conference. To learn more about APFM, visit our website and scan the QR code and the special discount code on the screen. Some of the big benefits that APFM membership has to offer you are a world-class annual conference with dozens of helpful workshops designed to build your skills and radio practice with more than 20 hours of seamless in one fell swoop. Webinars to expand your knowledge and your skills. These inexpensive webinars are included in your membership at absolutely no additional cost. That's our entire library of prior webinars. Monthly workshops provide you with valuable peer consultation opportunities with highly experienced leaders where you get very helpful feedback on questions that you might have with respect to your litigation cases and this on a regular basis. Monthly special interest meetings via Zoom, such as the mediation group that we recently set up to expand our practice so you can have mediation couples who desire to stay together. Live interactive calls via Zoom featuring highly experienced, nationally prominent leaders who are specific subjects of interest to you. We also promote your practice and attract new clients by prominently listing credentials on the national website for clients seeking a mediator in a specific area. And so much more. As a member of the staff of your State Mediation Association, and as an attendee of this conference, NJAPM is now offering a special 20% discount off your first year of membership in the Academy. The QR code on the screen will link you to the program page on our website so you can take advantage of this very special offer. We love your participation and are really committed to your success as a professional leader and success of the conference you're attending and the all-important State Mediation Association that you are a part of. I wish you the very best and hope you enjoy your conference experience.
Hold on a second. Where did it go? Oh my gosh. Where's it down?
No worries.
Where is it?
If anybody didn't get the chance to see the QR code, please come up to me anytime during the conference. I'm more than happy to give that to you. It's state 2023, state 2023. That represents you standing.
Yeah, and that information is also in the Dropbox as well. Yep.
Where did it go?
I don't know.
Here we are. Okay. There you go.
Oh, perfect.
There it goes.
Just a couple of quick housekeeping items. We are, for those of you who are in person, you may have put a business card in the raffle. We are raffling off a couple of copies of Wendy Bahari's book, Disarming the Narcissist. We're very grateful that she donated them to us for today. So if you haven't already put your business card in the raffle fishbowl, please do so. There is also in your Dropbox, there is a QR code for purchasing that book at a special discounted rate for those of you who are at the conference today. The other thing we want to mention that's in the Dropbox is an evaluation form. We would love if you would take the couple of minutes to fill that out and give us your feedback on the conference for today. So right now we are going to take about a 5-minute break for lunch, bathroom break. We'll see you all back here. Oh, sorry. For me, it's lunch. For those of us who've been up since 5, it's lunch. All right, we'll see you back here in a few.
That was quite good. I am.
I'll set him up.
Okay.
We're gonna get started. Hi, everybody. We're gonna get started. If you guys could come on in and grab a seat. Good morning, everybody. As a committee, we kind of collectively decided that we're not going to spend a whole lot of time on bios and introductions because we have so much material to get to today, and everybody's bio is in the Dropbox. So please go in there for more information on any of our speakers today. But first, I'm going to introduce Lawrence Eichen. You guys know him from Tech Time. He is our tech guru here. He's an attorney. He's a mediator. He's a speaker. He's also a nice guy. Over 25 years of experience handling all kinds of legal matters and mediation. And today he is going to teach us all about Chat GPT and bringing us into the 21st century. Thanks, Lawrence.
There you go.
Can we move that Zoom board out of the way?
It's like right down here. Is that okay? Or is
No,
that?
this one.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
There you go.
Okay, great.
Awesome.
Okay, good morning. And how about a round of applause for Annie, who's our tech person here? All right. She's doing a great job. All right, I'm really excited to be here. Welcome to Chat GPT Unveiled, and welcome to all of you here live. And of course, we're broadcasting around the world. So I know there's so many people online. I don't know how many different countries that are being represented today, but welcome online as well. All right, so just a couple of housekeeping items. I know there's a Dropbox that has the handout that I prepared, which many of you may have already looked at, but I do have something, a little bonus that's not part of that. I'll tell you at the end how you can get that. It has a couple extra things that I added last night as well. And here's the presentation overview. First, I'm going to start talking a little bit about AI, just an overview. Then I'll talk about what is Chat GPT. Then we'll get into how can Chat GPT help you in your mediation practice, and then how can Chat GPT help you grow your practice? And when I say grow your practice, really like demonstrate your expertise to potential clients or to existing clients. And then just I'll talk a little bit about some of the ethical considerations when you're dealing with Chat GPT or artificial intelligence in general. Okay. So by the way, I'm going to do a little demo if there's enough time to do that as well. And I do want to say one thing, just besides a disclaimer that this is only for informational, educational purposes. It's not to be intended as legal advice, but I do want to apologize in advance because I'm going to go fast. There's a lot of material on this subject. This really could be a full day workshop or even 2 days. So just sit back, relax, get a few tips. The idea is I'm here to try to stimulate you, sort of like get yourself thinking about this new technology if you haven't used it. In fact, how many people here in the room right now have used Chat GPT? Okay, so about half here live, I don't know online, but if you've used it, put in the chat how often you've used Chat GPT. But the idea is just to get you understanding how powerful this is and how it can be your friend and not to be fearful of artificial intelligence. Okay, so first a little bit about AI, right? And I think one of the best ways to do this is kind of look back at some of the greatest inventions of mankind, okay? So a lot of times we think about fire, maybe we didn't invent fire, but we certainly learned how to harness it. Same thing can be said about electricity. And I think a lot of people would put on the list of greatest inventions of all time, the wheel. My personal favorite happens to be the OXO measuring cup. I don't know if you've ever used this in your kitchen. To me, if you haven't, this is the greatest invention of all time, I think, personally. It's been around for about 20 years. It's just great. But all kidding aside, here's a list of typically the best inventions or 20 of the greatest inventions. I'm not going to go through them, but I do want to focus on the internet, right? Because that's one of the more recent greatest inventions. And with all new technology, new inventions, there's always a lot of negativeness. There's always a lot of doubters. For example, just it's kind of interesting to look. In 1993, Bill Gates said, the internet, we are not interested in it, right? And now the internet kind of came to life in the late 1990s. So this is about 4 or 5 years not interested, right? Then you have Robert Metcalfe, the co-inventor of Ethernet, right? Ethernet cables over years. I predict the internet will soon go spectacularly supernova, and in 1996 catastrophically collapse, right? Really missing it. And then my favorite is Paul Krugman, right? The Nobel Prize-winning economist. By 2005 or so, it would become clear that the internet's impact on the economy has been no greater than the fax machine. That was in 1998, really, when the internet was just first in its infancy. I sometimes think this is what Paul Krugman looks like at home, you know, watching Netflix and shopping on Amazon, right? He's probably in a snuggly he bought on Amazon, right? So it's kind of ironic. So the reason is, let's take a look at what some people are saying about AI now, right? In 2017, Elon Musk said AI will either be the best or worst thing for humanity, right? And just this year, the CEO of Google said AI is the most profound technology humanity is working on. It's more profound than electricity or fire. That's a major statement. That was just made this summer, okay? Now, we don't know where it's going to go, but of course, the most famous prediction about AI wasn't recent. It was back in 1976 by who else but Karen and Richard Carpenter, who said, we've only just begun, okay? Now, maybe we're not really talking about AI, but really that is the key here. We are in the first inning. This is the tip of the iceberg, and new things are happening every single day of the week. In fact, just yesterday, right? The Beatles released the song. Did you hear on the news, right? Using artificial intelligence. You can't keep up with it. In fact, it's literally like drinking water out of a fire hose right now. And that's sort of like what this presentation is going to be like. There's a lot of stuff coming at you. This is what people are going through. And there's already a lot of fears, right? And here's some of the 3 biggest fears people have about AI. Number 1, AI will be smarter than humans. We don't want that, right? We're the smartest people on the planet, right? We don't want this thing, this machine we make, going to be smarter than us. And secondly, AI will compete for resources, right? Forget jobs are going to be lost because it already does things better, faster, and cheaper, right? The key there is better. Not just faster and cheaper, but better than we can do things. And people are worried about losing their jobs. And also the resources. There's a lot of money, time, and energy being devoted to this technology. And that has to come from other services and needs that we want to have, right? So it's going to be competing for our resources. But here's the most, or the greatest fear, is that AI becomes conscious and autonomous, right? And then what happens if it's doing something nefarious and we can't stop it, right? This is the real big fear. Now, I'm not here to certainly scare you about AI. That's not the intention. The idea is that nobody really knows what's going to happen with this. And there's regulations that have been worked on. I think there was an executive order just recently this week about trying to regulate AI. But even with all those fears, the key to remember is that there's an amazing technology, which I'm going to talk about, that you can use right now and use it in a really good way for yourself. Okay. And people have a lot of fears about the internet, right? Just even the internet. And look how the internet, there's some bad things that have happened with the internet. Sure. Absolutely. There's bad actors, but there's amazing things that have happened because of the internet, right? Think about Amazon. I mean, to me, I'm a big Amazon guy, right? And during the pandemic, what would we have done if there wasn't Amazon.com? Okay. So, and here's the other thing about AI. It's already around us, all over the place. We just haven't really maybe been focusing so much on AI until Chat GPT came out about a year ago. But we have virtual assistants, right? Alexa and Siri. We have recommendation systems, right? You watch a movie, you get, recommended another one. You shop, you get recommended. God forbid you watch a cat video on YouTube, right? You're going to get 15 others served right to your attention. Facial recognition to unlock your cell phones, airport security, law enforcement uses this. We've got self-driving vehicles, self-parking vehicles already out there. And all these other industries are already using AI. So the point here is that it's all around us already. It's just now in our hands like never before. And that's what's bringing it to the forefront. And it's really super powerful. And it's going to be doing new and different things that we can't even think of. Think of the internet when you first started with the internet, right? We dialed up and had AOL accounts, right, on a modem. It was real. So it's nothing compared to what it is right now. So what will AI bring in the next 5 to 10 years? It's probably going to be completely different. In fact, Chat GPT that I'm going to focus on, I don't know if that's the AOL of AI, right? It might, will Chat GPT be here 5, 10 years from now, or will something else be so much better we don't even think about it? So that's where we are in a perspective. All right, so that's enough about the big picture of AI. Let's talk about what is Chat GPT. For those of you who already use it, this is kind of a bit of a refresher, so bear with me. But there are people that haven't even really dealt with Chat GPT yet. So in a nutshell, what is it? It's a state-of-the-art AI model designed to understand and generate human-like text. That's the idea. It's going to converse with us like a human being would converse with us. It understands the nuances of human language. It understands the context of a conversation, and you're going to feel like you're communicating with a friend. I can think of ChatGPT as my friend sometimes. I'm like, oh, am I struggling? Let me ask my friend ChatGPT. Okay. Now, it was created by OpenAI. That's the company. They started as a nonprofit in 2015, but they became for-profit in 2019. And Microsoft has invested $10 billion in OpenAI already. And here's the key. It reached 1 million users in the first 5 days when it came to the market in November of 22 last year. It's 1 million users in 5 days. Nothing like that has ever happened before. Currently, we got over 180 million users. It generates over $80 million a month in revenue, and it's valued at $29 billion. These were as of August of 2023. These numbers are probably greater as I stand here speaking to you today. All right, so how does it work? Okay, it utilizes neural networks and machine learning to analyze and predict language patterns. Well, that's kind of a mouthful there, right? I mean, what does that actually mean? It sounds interesting, but here's what I did just to show you how ChatGPT can work. Is you can take something like that, and I just copied that and pasted it into ChatGPT and asked ChatGPT to explain that sentence as if it was explaining it to a 5-year-old. Right. And that's a very common technique that people use. And here's what it says. I want to read this to you. This is as if it's talking to you like a 5-year-old. Imagine ChatGPT is like a very smart robot that talks with words. It learns to talk by looking at lots and lots of examples of how people talk. It's kind of like how you learn to talk by listening to grown-ups and other kids. The robot uses its special brain called neural networks to understand how words fit together. It's like solving a puzzle or guessing what comes next in a story. So it learns from all those examples. And then when you ask it a question, it uses what it learned to give you an answer. And I like that explanation because it kind of brings it home a little bit, right? It's really predicting. I love the robot analogy and the special brain, and it's really predicting. That's really what these are. They're generative AI models generating based on predicting how people talk and what would likely be the answer based on the question that it gets. And that, in a nutshell, very simplistically, is how it works. It's also very versatile, right? It can do a lot of things. It's not just one computer application that does one thing. You can use it to create content. You can use it for technical analysis, and you can use it for customer support. It's very versatile. And here's the key. If you're not tech savvy and you don't, know technology that well, or you're afraid of AI, here's the thing to remember. It's made to be extremely user-friendly, and it's allowing both people that do have tech skills, but also those that do not, to use and harness its capabilities. So remember that if you're really about it, it's really made to be very user-friendly. All right. So also, it's very smart. It's very smart. It passed the medical boards, the bar exam, MBA. I mean, this is incredible. I mean, I'm an attorney. If I had to take the bar exam tomorrow, I'd give myself 50-50 at passing it. 50-50. This thing passes it. And I certainly couldn't go in and take the medical exam tomorrow, right? This thing passes, and it's passed many other standardized testing. It's very smart. And look, Mom, no hands, because it wasn't trained to do that. It's just getting those questions and then getting the answers. That's not easy to do. So it's very, very smart. I also like to compare it to Google, because some people wonder, like, what's the difference, or how is this any different than Google? So I don't know what Google is, right? We search things all the time, and what it does is it uses its algorithms to give you, the best, most relevant websites, right? You put in a search term, best Indian dishes, and you're going to get some hits, forgetting about the ads. Just the first couple are hopefully the ones all you need. So you're familiar with that. But here's an example that shows you the difference. Chat GPT, as I said, it's users conversing with an intelligent friend, right, to find answers to specific questions. So here's a question you could ask Chat GPT. What Indian dish can I make using the current food in my refrigerator? See the power of that question? I mean, you can literally say to ChatGPT, okay, I've got a leftover pizza, I got a piece of chicken, I've got some milk, some cottage cheese, some cream cheese, I got some butter, some eggs, I got some peanut butter, some jelly. I'm just going through my own refrigerator right now. But the point is, it's like, hey, what could I make with this? You see the power of that? That's the difference between Google and ChatGPT. It's not going to replace Google, maybe, because Google still does a lot of amazing things that you can use it for. But it's just very powerful, and you have that conversation-like feeling to it. All right, so some limitations about ChatGPT, okay? The training data set, what's behind it, the knowledge was limited to its training data as of 2021. There was an update in 2022 in January. So if you're going to ask it about the Hamas-Israel war, it's not going to know that happened. Okay, it's not going to know that happened because its cutoff point was before that. Now, there are ways around that, which I'll mention in a second, but that's the general limitation of when it was last trained and updated. Okay, and here's another big one. Sometimes it can provide inaccurate information. Okay, another way of saying it can make stuff up. And I found this out myself when I was putting together a CLE course. And then I said, I wonder if there's any legal cases on this subject matter. I was doing it on imposter syndrome. And I asked ChatGPT, and I had no idea that it makes things up. And it gave me 5 cases in New Jersey on wrongful determination that the employee who was fired sued his former employer. And one of the arguments he made was that I shouldn't have been fired because I suffered from imposter syndrome. I thought, wow, this is amazing. This is so good for this course. And then a couple of days later, when I had some time, I went to read the cases. It gave me real sites. I couldn't find one. And then I called the research assistant online. I said, can you help me out here? Blah, blah, blah. She couldn't find him either. And then I just casually mentioned, ChatGPT gave me that information. She goes, it hallucinates. And that's the first time I heard that term, but it's actually a term in the artificial intelligence industry. It can hallucinate. So you got to be careful if you're doing research. And you probably heard about that case in New York City with the law firm that they submitted a brief and they cited cases and they were from ChatGPT and nobody looked at it. And they got caught and they got sanctioned, and they should, because that's not ChatGPT's fault. Right? That's the lawyer's fault. You can't be submitting stuff to court and not look at it. All right. And then here's some real cool updates that I want to mention. There's now ChatGPT Vision. It reads and understands images. You can take pictures on your phone and upload it to ChatGPT, and it's going to tell you what it is, and you can ask questions about it. This is really just brand new, like within the last couple of weeks. They have another feature, OpenAI, that brings us ChatGPT. Also has another platform called DALL-E. That's right into ChatGPT now. That's text to image, and I'll show you what that did. I tried it out. It's amazing. You can, with your words, describe an image, and it will create the image for you. Not find you an image, create the image. That's what's amazing about this technology. People are doing things like this, and they're creating photorealistic images. That's part of the fear. What's going to be real and what was going to be created? But you cannot tell the difference to some of the stuff. And not only can you do text to image, you can do text to video. So you can make a movie by just giving the words of how you want things to happen, and then artificial intelligence will make a movie out of that. So these are things that exist out there. There's also what's known as web plugins, which will allow you to access current websites. So remember I said it was limited by the the database of 2021 and 2022. If you use a web plugin, for example, there's one called Web Pilot, you can put your question in, and then Chat GPT will use that plugin to include the of current websites to then hopefully answer your question. So there's ways around it, but here, as it says in the footnote there, that's only available for Chat GPT 4. And if you've never used Chat GPT, there's a 3.5 version, which is free. Okay, but there's a paid version, $20 a month for Chat GPT 4. And that has more features. It has the ability to use plugins. It has the vision, has some other stuff that you can't do with the free version yet. A lot of this stuff changes, literally. I mean, I could be changing as I'm speaking because they didn't have things in Chat GPT 3 that they only had in 4, but now it's available in 3. So this is how it is as of I'm speaking today. All right, enough about what it is. Let's talk about how can this help you in mediation, right? That's what we're here for. Well, 5 ways I'm going to show you or tell you about, and there's probably 15, but I'm going to go through these fast. Don't worry about knowing how to do it. Just think about how this might help you. Automating client intake. Right now, you go on a website, sometimes we get a little chat bot that pops up. You can now use that with Chat GPT. It's going to be better, faster, smarter, more intelligent, more engaging with your potential visitor to your website to get contact information, to qualify them, screen them, ask them questions, have them upload documents if you want. And Chat GPT will summarize those documents for you, flagging terms if you want it to be. It'll interface with your calendar so you can set up an appointment right in the same situation. And it can integrate with your customer relationship management software or your case management software. The idea here is that you have somebody maybe coming to your website that doesn't know you that well, or maybe they heard of you, and now you have a very robust way to capture their attention and engage them and get them started better than it's ever been before. So that's just one simple way, automate the client intake. Document review. You can upload documents to ChatGPT and have it summarized. Now, that may not seem like something amazing, but let me tell you, especially if you're in practice, I have some documents that are 40, 50, 60 pages long, right? You might have a mediation where you have contract disputes, commercial mediation issues, right? Long contracts. How nice is it to be able to, in seconds, summarize that document as opposed to you reading that document in hours? Will it substitute for you having to read things so that you're prepared? I'm not saying that. If I'm going into a relation and I'm the mediator, I want to be really well prepared, right? But there's going to be times when I don't need to do that right away, especially on an initial consultation. Maybe I just want to get a flavor of what the dispute's about, and I can have ChatGPT summarize things, and then I can talk intelligently to a prospect about what they sent me without me spending all that extra time invested where I don't even know if they're going to be a client, right? And keyword flagging. A lot of times you have disputes that hinge around paragraphs in a contract dealing with liability, damages, termination, breach. You can have it set up to flag anything with these terms so that it can point you quickly to where you want to go. So it's just another way. Ideas for resolution. What if you're stuck in a mediation? You're at an impasse. You're very smart. You're good mediation. You have great ideas. Nobody's buying anything. Right? One party is really difficult, maybe. How about consulting your new best friend? ChatGPT, got any ideas here? Give the facts. You don't have to give the confidential information, but you can summarize it. Have ChatGPT summarize it first. If you have some documents, have him summarize it. Then feed back in that summary. And can you come up with any possible ways of, resolving this disputes? It can't hurt to use it for brainstorming. It doesn't mean that it's going to substitute for you, but wouldn't it be great to get an idea that you never thought of because it has access? Think of it this way. When you're on the internet and you want to know what restaurant to go to, it's like you're talking to a billion friends. You know, can you recommend it? How about going to Chat GPT and say, maybe I'll talk to, 10,000 other mediators about this case. Maybe one of them might think of something that I didn't. So that's the way we can think of it. Resource generation, okay? You can have it like a research assistant. So you can list out resources. Maybe there's articles, maybe there's new cases that was decided, even news articles. Maybe for your own knowledge to go into that mediation, you bone up a little bit for some research assistant help, or maybe you get some new information or new cases that you bring to your party's attention. Hey, just so you know, here's how something was decided recently. Maybe one of those parties is really difficult. Maybe they see a news story about something that just happened. You can present that in a way maybe to loosen them up a little bit. The key here, as I say, is trust but verify. Trust but verify. If you're using it for research, trust but verify. Now, there are other platforms that exist. I want to tell you that for lawyers, I know there's a few because I've been looking into some of them where the database that Chat GPT interfaces with is only cases that exist and statutes that exist. So it's limited to giving you any kind of cases or summaries from bona fide, legal, documented cases and statutes, right? So that's going to take some of the risk out, but that's going to be a paid service. So there are ways to get around things, but just in general, research assistant. And then lastly, drafting and editing. Maybe you don't write well. Maybe you don't write good letters. Maybe you don't write good memorandums of understanding. Maybe you don't have difficulty writing fee agreements, or maybe you want to change some things. Why not put that into Chat GPT and ask Chat GPT to edit this for clarity, or review it as if you're a judge reviewing these terms for anything inconsistent. You can have it act as something. Act as a lawyer, reviewing it, act as a senior partner, act as an expert mediator, reviewing this document and tell me what you find. That's what I'm trying to get you to think. You can use it to do amazing things. Emails, maybe you need to send out emails and you're not sure how to word it. It can draft the body of the email. It can draft the subject line. Give me something catchy so that this person will open this email. You can speak to it like that, right? And what if you've already drafted things? Oh, I don't want to use it to draft it. I think I draft good. Have it edited, right? So you can come up with a rough draft for you, or use yours and have it edited. Okay? So those are just 5 things about how it can be used. And then we'll go to growing your practice. All right. So now we're talking about the first part was like, okay, how can I use it sort of as an assistant? How can I use this to make my practice better, or make me more known, or demonstrate to the world my expertise and my talents, right? All right. So here's 5 other ways. Topic generation. Maybe you want to present yourself to other mediators or prospective clients. You don't know what you want to even talk about. Use ChatGPT to brainstorm. Give me 10 ideas to talk about. I'm a commercial mediator. Here's the type of clients I work with. Here's where I really work. Can you come up with something topical for me, right? And as an example, how to prepare for a successful mediation session. That's very simple, right? I'm a divorce mediator. What are some of the things I can talk about? Just for topic generation. That's one simple thing it can be used for brainstorming, right? How about I need to write an article or a post or a LinkedIn, a blog on my website, or a LinkedIn post or a newsletter. You can provide it with criteria such as how long you want it to be. Hey, don't no more than 200 words, no more than 500 words. Give me an article that's 1,000 words. Here's the tone I want. Here's the intended audience I'm trying to speak to and write to. This will enable you to do things very fast and consistently, and enable you to maintain an active online presence. Maybe you want to build up your presence on LinkedIn or other sites and social media, but you don't have the time or the energy or the wherewithal to think about what to write or how to say it. You have that now. You have that now. Right today, you have that. People are doing this. And here's the thing to think about. If you don't take advantage of artificial intelligence, your competitors are. It's here to stay. So people are going to do this. You might as well do it too. I'll give you an analogy. It would be like Somebody coming up to you saying, hey, we've got this new computer that allows for word processing. You can now type a document and make changes and save it and go back to it. And you say, no, that's great. I'm going to stick to my typewriter. That's what it's like. So if you want to stick to your typewriter, then ignore what I'm saying and ignore all the publicity about Chat GPT and other ones. And by the way, let me just say as a footnote, there's other platforms besides Chat GPT, right? There's Bard from Google, there's Bing, there's Claude. I'm only focusing on Chat GPT, okay? But there's several others out there. Okay. Books. Maybe you want to get a lot of credibility as a mediator. You want to write a book. I don't know what to write about. Get the idea. Or maybe you do know what to write about. And you've always been thinking about a book. People are writing books in a day. In a day. Okay. You have to generate the outline, the table of contents. Then you can feed the table of contents back into it. Now write me a chapter. Give me 1,000 words. Include some case summaries. Maybe you have real life case summaries that you've never really put into a book. You can feed those into Chat GPT and you can put that together, or she, however you want to look at Chat GPT, right? The key here is I'm not saying put it in, take it, publish it. You still should be involved, right? You should be involved. You should have the editing capability. I wrote that newsletter that's out here, right? Somewhere, I think somebody mentioned it, right? I wrote that on, I can't even remember what that was. That was on best practices for virtual mediations, right? ChatGPT wrote that, okay? ChatGPT wrote most of that. I edited it. But ChatGPT wrote this because I needed an article. Somebody needed to ask me to write an article. I didn't have the time. I said, I will use ChatGPT. So I'm telling you, yes, I put my name to it because I did read it. I did adjust it. I did read it, but I also edited it. I did. I really did. But I'm going to give 90% of the credit to ChatGPT on that one. Okay. What about webinars, podcasts, and speaking? These are other ways to grow your business. You want to do a webinar? How about a lunch and learn where you want to focus in on diverse mediation? You want a target audience. Maybe you want women between the ages of 25 and 60 that have kids under the age of 25. Okay. And you want to give this lesson, have it provide the outline and tell you minute by minute what you should spend your time on. It'll prepare the content for you. And then, yeah, you tweak it a little bit, but it gives you that whole capability. It'll prepare the handouts. The course handout I made for today, purposely written by ChatGPT. Okay. And what about podcasts? Maybe you want to be on other people's podcasts, or maybe you want to have your own and have a guest. You can have it write the scripts. You can have it come up with the questions to ask your guest. And what about doing a presentation for New Jersey Association of Professional Mediators? What do you want to be up there speaking, right? You can ask ChatGPT to do this. And then, now, this is it. This is it. I'm not even know. This is it. All right. And then lastly, entrepreneurs. Okay. What if you want to develop a course? What if you want to partner up with other people? You have a diverse practice. You want to partner up with psychologists, psychiatrists, social workers. Asking ChatGPT, what's the best way to do this? How can I do it? Can you write an email? Can you structure content? This is how you have to get yourself thinking like, you have access to somebody who can help you, who's an expert in everything. Finding clients. Here's my ideal client. You put together an avatar of who is your ideal client. I need more clients. I need more money. Help me find them. And then email campaigns, which I've already talked about. You can draft the subject lines, the body. You could do A/B testing. All right. That's enough on that. And now I'm going to get into ethics. All right. And I know, and again, I apologize. I know I'm going fast, but I want to show you a couple of things. So what are some of the ethical considerations? Okay. Now, confidentiality and data security. If you're going to be using ChatGPT with your practice and you want to upload information, you might want to be redacting sensitive information, right, about your clients. You want to make sure that you maintain confidentiality and data security. Read that article I wrote. I'll talk a little bit about that, or ChatGPT wrote. Bias and impartiality. Some people say, that ChatGPT, don't forget, it's being trained with human responses. When they train ChatGPT, they had humans, real people that would listen, ask questions, get a response. If they liked it, they said it was the right response, or if it was, I should say liked it, but if it was accurate, they said yes, inaccurate. It learns by making mistakes and getting rewarded for getting things right. But the people that train it might have inherent biases. So the results might be inherently biased. And it's continual training. When you use Chat GPT, unless you opt out in settings, you can opt out and not have any of your conversations count as far as helping it get better. You can opt out. But if you do, you don't get a chat history that's saved. So you're always starting from scratch. Nothing that you do in the past is ever going to be available to you. But if you don't opt out, then our conversations are helping it get smarter and better. And you have to be aware of it. That's why there might be some inherent bias, right? Because it's how people react to things. Transparency and informed consent. And here's one. Parties, do they have a right to all the methods and tools used to resolve their dispute? I personally don't think that's an issue. I don't tell my clients now, oh, by the way, I went on to Google and researched, the drugs you were carrying because I had no idea what they were. Or I researched how to do something and because I don't know what to do. I don't tell my clients that I got help going on the internet for them. I don't feel any obligation to it. I don't think I'd feel any obligation to say, by the way, I'll use Chat GPT to come up with a great idea on how to resolve your dispute if I was mediating. So I don't feel the need to do that, but something you might want to consider, right? Quality and accuracy, where it talks about hallucination. You certainly don't want to be providing inaccurate information. And accountability, right? If you do share confidential information by mistake, all right, from a practical standpoint, I don't know how anybody would actually ever see it if it goes out there. But let's just say, worst case scenario, something you're doing for parties got disclosed and they found out about it. You're on the hook, not Chat GPT, right? That's your responsibility. So these are just ethicals considered. Everybody has to make their own choices. I'm just bringing out some of the more common considerations that Chat GPT told me to talk about. So that's what I'm doing that. All right. And then here for content creation, right? This is a little bit more, I think. Authenticity. Is it really you? Right? I mean, if you're creating content with Chat GPT and you're putting yourself out there as this incredibly experienced, competent, expert mediator, is that ethical to do if all of your information that you're getting is a result of just seeking Chat GPT to get that to you? That's an issue that you might have to wrestle with. And what about disclosure? This one, is the content that you're using from Chat GPT, maybe you're selling an online course as a result of this and you're making money. Do you need to disclose that, a lot of your content came from Chat GPT? I don't know the answer to that. That's your own personal thing. Quality control. Does AI generated content meet professional standards for accuracy and reliability? I mentioned already. And does it avoid plagiarism? How do you know? It just gave me something. Did somebody else say that? And now it just quoted it? Or is that just the artificial intelligence putting it together, which is more likely the case because it doesn't just take quotes, but that's something that you might want to consider. And then intellectual property. This, I think, is being litigated now. I don't know the answers to this, but who owns the AI generated content? I believe from what I first looked into this is that intellectual property is for humans. That's a right that we have in copyright, right? You can't have a machine copyright something because it's only protection for persons, right? So the Chat GPT product that gets produced that you're using, I don't think, and don't hold me to this, I think there was a disclaimer that said this is not legal advice. I think I said that. But the idea, and again, I think this is being litigated, is that you're not violating copyright laws by taking Chat GPT produced information, putting your name to it, and now it's something you want to copyright because it's being produced by a machine. And OpenAI, the company that produces it, they don't own that product either. They don't own that the product of the conversation. So I think you're okay with that. But again, I think this is being litigated as we speak or about to be. So please don't take that verbatim, but just think about that. Okay, so that's it for the ethical. Oh no, here's my disclosure, right? So I'm going to relieve myself of all this ethical issues, right? The title of this presentation, Chat GPT came up with that title. Chat GPT unveiled, I had other titles that I liked, but I figured, you know what, I'm making this presentation. Let's see what Chat GPT, and I like that title. I said, that works. So I used it. The outline for this presentation, I put it into Chat GPT. Hey, I'm giving a presentation to a bunch of media on this subject. Gave me the outline. Did I edit it? Absolutely. It was totally different, but the genesis of it came from him. The course handout that I have, that is ChatGPT. That's not me. Maybe I'm 1% of that, but that was done purposely to show you how you can use this. PowerPoint slides that I'm using. Now, the theme is not ChatGPT. This is just to show you that artificial intelligence is being incorporated into everything. PowerPoint has what's known as designer feature. You can just give a couple of phrases for a screen or a slide, that you want to use, and it'll generate a theme of the slides, and they'll all be blended and nice. And then if you don't like it, you could just regenerate more. So I use that purposely to show you the theme of these PowerPoint slides was generated with artificial intelligence. I definitely worked with it. I put in photos and edited. So it's not 100%, but the baseline for it came from artificial intelligence. And any jokes that did not go over today, absolutely were the result of ChatGPT. And if you're laughing at, that's me. Okay, but if you're laughing at anything, that was ChatGPT. All right, so let's do a quick little demo if I can do this. All right, so if you're going to use ChatGPT, you're going to go to openai.com. Okay, now I did this in advance to save time because there's not a lot of time. All right, so you're going to get there, you're going to create an account, you're going to give your email address and a password, and bang. So we're not going to spend any time on that. You know how to do that. You're going to get an opening screen. I just wanted to show you this because there's two things here. Don't share sensitive info. It's telling you. I've already mentioned that, right? And check your facts because ChatGPT, here's its disclaimer, may give you inaccurate information. And it's not intended to give advice. So it's not going to substitute as a lawyer or anything like that. It's not intended to do that. If you try to get it to do that, it's got some things now that built in to say, we're not a lawyer type of thing. We're not going to, you should really seek to consult a lawyer. But check your facts if you're doing research. Okay, then you're going to get to a screen when you log in. And on top, you'll see GPT 3.5. I mentioned that's the free version. And if you don't pay for it, the GPT 4, which is also known as Plus, that's not going to be available to you. You won't be able to click on that. If you pay for it, you have an option to use either. Some people say 3.5 is faster than 4. I personally don't know that. I've never went back to 3.5 when I started to pay for this several months ago, and I don't feel any problems with response time on 4. And 4 gives you a lot more capability and power. So I've ignored 3.5, and there'll be another episode, what do you call it? Not episode, revision, ChatGPT 5 or some version. Thank you. Version. Yes, I was watching Netflix last night. Okay. And then down at the bottom here, just to show you, these are examples. If you've never used ChatGPT, they give you some ways to stimulate your thinking. Hey, try this if you don't know what to do. So that's why that's there. Just ignore it if you know what you're doing already, you know what you want to do. But that's there for you to sort of like get some ideas. And then when you want to put something in, you're going to put it in where they give you a prompting location. That's known as a prompt. Okay. And there's a whole field of prompt engineering. People that sit around and figure out the best ways to ask ChatGPT questions to get the best answer for themselves. Okay. Now that leads me to garbage in, garbage out. You put in a question, hey, how can I be a better mediator? You're going to get a really general answer. But if you put in a question, how can I be a better mediator, considering I'm a divorce mediator, I work in New Jersey, I focus on this type of, you get the idea. The more specific your question is, the better your answer is going to be tailored to what you're asking. So remember that general gets general, specific gets specific. And the handout that I have, the bonus, has some good examples of prompts and also a way for you to go to another website and get 250 great examples of prompts, because prompting really is the key, and you'll get better and better at it as you use it. And that little thing at the end, if you've never used it, is how you transmit it. That's the enter button for that in that prompt area. Okay, so then when you get on And this is the screen, but on the left-hand side, you can see that's my chat history. Okay, that's my chat history of things that I've done in the past. And the reason I brought that up, if you're not going to participate, right, you're not going to have that chat history. But when you see at the bottom there where my name is at the bottom of the screen, I just put some stuff, you can't see that. Oh, good. Can we get that off the screen? All right. It doesn't matter. Down there, when you click on your name, your email address, you'll get these 4 options here, my plan, custom instructions, and settings. I wanted to show you the custom instructions. This used to be only available on 4. Now it's available on the free version. You can customize things so that Chat GPT factors you in when it gives responses. This is great. This is very powerful. I did this a while ago, but I live in northern New Jersey, about 20 miles west of New York City. I'm an attorney and professional speaker who speaks to associations, businesses, and organizations on 2 topics. One topic is mastering law and negotiation, and another topic is defeating imposter syndrome. I'm certified rethinking imposter syndrome coach. I also design CLE courses to give to attorneys, law firms, and legal departments. I use my background as a computer programmer. I gave it a little stuff. You get the idea. So it's giving ChatGPT something about myself. You'll put in, I'm a mediator, I do this, I work with these types of clients, right? Give it that background customization about who you are. I didn't put in there my childhood story, I didn't go into that stuff, but I put in my professional information, okay? And then how would you like ChatGPT to respond? Okay, response format. Please provide responses in a clear, structured manner. With a point summarized at the beginning, tone, maintain a professional tone that balances friendliness and formality. So the idea is that you're giving it some ways to get back to you. I like to have things summarized at the top in bullet points, then give me details. And then it also gives me suggestions for CLE courses every time. You might want to think of doing a course on this. So you can set it up to really help you automatically every time. So that's important to know about customizing. Okay, get your bonus and let's go over there. All right, so let me do this. Okay, I'm going to put this back up at the end because we're going to run out of time. So this is how you get your bonus. I'll put that back at the end. Let me just go here quickly and escape to show you a couple of the things. I'm clicking the arrow. It says I'm talking. Oh, there we go. Just bring up that first one, the Chat GPT. Okay, thank you very much. I've got to get this thing out of the way. I got it. Okay, just real quickly. Now, by the way, what I'm showing you is in the handout. So don't worry about this. I'm just want to show you a couple quick things like divorce consultation. I did this already. And if this can scroll down, oh my God, you can't scroll down. Help me out. You scroll down. Okay. I mean, it goes to the very top of it. Sorry. Okay, so I am meeting with a husband and wife to determine if they would like to hire me to mediate their divorce. Provide a list of key issues I should address with them, considering they have 3 small children under the age of 10. The husband is the breadwinner. The wife is an alcoholic. They have 3 pigs, 2 horses, and a goat, and live on a farm. The wife suspects the husband invested in cryptocurrencies, but she has no idea what that is about. They own 3 houses, 4 cars, and they think mediation is going to be a waste of time, according to their friends who tried it but were unsuccessful. I tried to just give it an example, and then here's what it came back with, right? Hold on. Scroll down. I'm scrolling. Oh, there it is over there. This is Mac, and I use Windows. Okay. All right. Well, it's in the handout.
There you go.
All right, summary. In your upcoming meeting with husband and wife considering divorce mediation, you should address a range of issues that are both general to divorce and proceedings is specific to their unique situation. These issues include child custody, division of assets, spousal. It gives me a summary, and then it goes into detail if we did that. Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, that arrow disappears, though. That's why. Oh, on the keyboard. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, how easy is that? Come on, Annie. All right, so that's not her fault. That's my fault. All right, so then it's going to talk about each of the key issues, give more details, and you can just go back and forth with this. I'm going to show you one other quick one just to grow your practice. I could do that one. Okay, and the reason I want to show you this one is because this one is, all right, there we go. Okay, so the idea is I asked a question on how you could grow your practice, and it gave answers. And then the key that I wanted to show you, if we can get this up here, is the first question was more like considering you're an attorney with, provide me 5 ideas on a ways who specializes in commercial disputes could grow his or her mediation practice, considering the mediator is an attorney licensed in the state of New Jersey, has been serving as a mediator for over 10 years, and is very good at analyzing issues and getting parties to agree to resolve their disputes. Further, consider the mediator would like to partner up with other professionals so that he or she could have a consistent referral of business and is open to various types of professionals. So the first thing is it's just giving me a summary, of what to do. You could do strategic partnership, CLE courses, digital marketing, collaboration, blah, 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 detailed ideas it gives me. And then the reason I just want to show you is after it gives out all that information, I just said, now do the same thing, but considering the mediator is not an attorney and has less than 5 years experience mediating. The point is, it's a long way to show that. You just have to give it another thing. You don't have to repeat it. It's a conversation. And then I did it again. Okay, now just adjust it this way. So the point is, and this is all in the handout, you'll read all this, you can have this conversation. Okay. All right. So that's all I really have time for. I'd love to go on, but as I said, this could be like literally a full day presentation. Thank you very much. I'll put up where we can get the code. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. I have your CLE code for you. And if you want to take a small bathroom break, our next speaker goes on at 11. So the first code is 1993, 1993. That's right, 30 years ago.
I can do it for you.
Okay, so let me show you what I wanted to do.
Okay.
Is there a break right now?
Yeah, let me just get on mute first. It does this thing where it like hides the panel when I go to hide it.
I'm here. You tell me when I should get started.
You can announce yourself.
Okay. Okay, guys, if you can take your seats, we're gonna begin. Everyone, please take your seats. We're ready for our next speaker. Okay, Wendy, I see you're logged on, so we're going to go ahead and get started. I just want to introduce Wendy Bahari. She is the author of our book today that we're raffling off. She is a 30-year postgraduate training and advanced level certificates. She's the founder and director of the Cognitive Therapy Center of New Jersey and the Schema Therapy Institute of New Jersey, New York, and DC. I hope I got that right. Wendy is an expert on dealing with narcissists, which is what we're going to talk about today. And Wendy, I'll just hand it over to you. If you give us some tips and tools, we're excited. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you all hear me? Are you hearing me okay? Somebody?
Yes.
Okay, great, great. Thanks. Hi, everybody. I'm Wendy Bahari, and thank you for that lovely introduction. Many thanks to Elle and Tori and the whole NJAPM. I'm going to get that right. NJAPM team for inviting me to be a part of this exciting conference. I am a Jersey gal, and I would have loved to have been with you in person, but I am in Washington, D.C. these 2 weeks. And so, sorry, I'm glad I could join you in this virtual session. I have been working with narcissistic individuals. I have been training clinicians around the globe for the past few decades and coaching attorneys as well on this issue. So many of the people who meet me in consultation are asking me for lawyers, mediators who have that kind of savvy for dealing with this very complex population. We're going to get right into it because I have about 40 hours of material to whittle down into 40 or 45 minutes with you today. So let's talk about narcissism. Why are we talking about narcissism, first of all? It's become a really hot buzzword across the internet. There are a lot of myths about narcissism. It's become a little too weaponized, I think, and sometimes used to kind of capture everything or anyone who just talks about themselves for 5 minutes. Anyone who shows confidence or pride. So it's a bit overused and a little bit misleading. So let's get into what it really is. And I think you probably, along with me, my field, your field, are probably the two fields that encounter this in ways where it becomes critically important to be really good investigators of what is and what isn't. And you have such an amazing role in the life of my clients who are trying desperately to get through these really tough negotiations so that they can get to peace, they can protect their families, they can protect the welfare of their children and their finances and their security. And what makes it so hard with narcissists are two prime elements, and that is that issue of high entitlement to have what they want when they want it, and that great lack of remorse and limited empathy around their impact on the people around them, including you, including me. So it's a really tough issue. And of course, you know, you're not dealing with the same leverage that I have in the treatment room of holding them accountable if I can get them to sustain therapy, but you have certain leverage in there too. And I want to talk about that and some strategies for dealing with it. I'm sure if I were looking at all of you watching me and I said, raise your hands if you know someone who's a narcissist, I would see hands and feet going up because we all know someone who has narcissistic traits. So again, let me see if I had any other housekeeping details before I jump right in. Not really. Let's go right in. So, okay, we're going to talk about disarming the narcissist in mediation. The title of my book is Disarming the Narcissist. It has been translated into 15 languages. It's now in its third edition. It was written for the general public. I've written for professional audiences as well. This little book has done quite nicely, I think, at getting at both the experience of those who are offended by this problem in their lives with their partners, with their family members. But I think it's also a kind of an easy read, or a softer, gentler read in terms of metabolizing this when you're dealing with the narcissistic person themselves. I have worked with narcissistic men primarily for about 30 years, and of course with their offended partners and family members. So we think of narcissism as happening along a spectrum. Why am I teaching this to you? How is it relevant to your work? Well, one of the chief reasons I'm going to be teaching you some of the conceptual framework of narcissism is because the more you know, the more you understand this, the less triggering it becomes. They are intimidating. They are triggering to confront. And we are human. And so in our humanness, confrontation is not always so easy. We tend to move towards pleasure, not walk into the fire of pain. And so narcissists can really rattle our nervous system. And I think the more we understand the way they're put together, the better the chances to be able to execute some pretty effective strategies with them. But let's remember, it's not a one size fits all. Narcissism happens along a spectrum, from the more malignant, severe types to the more benign, annoying, show-off-ish, charming types, but they're not necessarily doing as much damage. And then there's kind of that, we might think of it as a little bit more benign, but still can be very dangerous, which is, what is this covert form of narcissism? This more passive aggressive, distorting your reality, always the victim, super sufferers, as I sometimes call them. We're going to look at that type too. So when I say happens along a spectrum, I'm going to share with you just quickly a little video clip. It's a minute and 10 seconds or something. And I think it just gives you a little glimpse at what we sometimes face when we're dealing with the more overt malignant type of narcissism. So I'm going to show it differently, because I know when I show it from the PowerPoint, it doesn't always show up very clearly. So let me stop that for a second and do it this way. Put it in a full screen.
Different medical boards in New England, and I am never ever sick at.
Sorry, let me just start that over.
I have an MD from Harvard. I am board certified in cardiothoracic medicine and trauma surgery. I have been awarded citations from 7 different medical boards in New England, and I am never ever sick at sea. So I ask you, when someone goes into that chapel and they fall on their knees and they pray to God that their wife doesn't miscarry, or that their daughter doesn't bleed to death, or that their mother doesn't suffer acute neural trauma from post-operative shock, who do you think they're praying to? Go ahead and read your Bible, Dennis, and you go to your church, and with any luck you might win the annual raffle. But if you're looking for God, he was in operating room number 2 on November 17th, and he doesn't like to be second guessed. You ask me if I have a God complex? Let me tell you something. I am God.
Well, now, who doesn't want to meet him in your office? So this is from the movie Malice, Alec Baldwin playing the part of this malignant narcissist, possibly tipping into the scales of a psychopath as well. Pretty chilling old movie, but again, it captures the essence of the point that they can be not just charming and arrogant and self-righteous and entitled. They can also be sometimes menacing and threatening, more in your face, more angry. You know this, I know this, we've encountered this in our work. And we're going to talk about, what do we do about that? How do we help? Is it possible? Because there's also this grand myth that mediation is not possible when you're dealing with a narcissist. And not always. Of course, same thing in treatment, not always possible to really capture them, sustain them, get them to kind of dig deep and do the work that's necessary to make a difference. Yes, it is possible to make a difference, but they need to stay the long course. It's a long sit to make that happen. And in your space, it's a little bit of a different twist, right? But it's not impossible to do that. Okay, go back into my PowerPoint. Sorry, I just have to get rid of this. Oops. Okay, so we have this version of the classic overt narcissist, right? It's all about me, I'm special, I'm the best, I'm the king, etc. We also have this kind of seemingly benign, as I said, narcissistic type. Poor me, nobody gets me, everything's so hard for me. You know, I do the best I can. I mean, I try harder than anybody else. You have no idea how hard my life is. You couldn't possibly appreciate it sitting there in your little bubble, Wendy, because, you know, I mean, I'm out there all the time. I mean, I just never get the recognition that I deserve. And it can feel like you're listening to someone who is bearing a soul in a very vulnerable, authentic way, when in fact, it's just the other side of the coin. It's not, look at me and my fabulous $5,000 suit and my hot sports car and my big job. It's me, I'm the extraordinary victim. I'm the virtuous victim. I'm the martyr. And it's another form of identity that becomes extraordinary. We call this the covert. In both forms, but the vulnerability is very well camouflaged behind these survival methods that were constructed a long time ago in both cases. It's a parallel process. And I put this up here because two things happen when we learn how to become effective in dealing with this population. And that is, we learn strategies for actually being able to confront them. I mean, I have a different host of strategies that I'm using because I'm a therapist. You have a different host of strategies you'll be using because you are doing mediation processes, you are acting as a legal representative or both. And so yours is slightly different, but it's still a parallel process because you're a human in the room who is likely to be feeling a bit triggered. And I learned how to work with this population back in the 90s when I was so triggered that I was making countless mistakes, just countless mistakes, nothing that was proving to be helpful, no good outcomes, because I was triggered. And what does that mean? My nervous system is activated. My memory has been evoked. I am now in a situation, like most of us, where I'm in a time warped space. I'm experiencing something old. I'm the little girl who, yikes, you know, authority figures. How do you respond to that? You give in, you ignore, you submit, you avoid, you apologize. Well, this doesn't work with narcissists. This is just like game on for them. And so we need to be sturdy. We need to be able to sit sturdy, sit tall, be informed. That doesn't mean be a robot or be an authoritarian. It just means you do have authority as an expert. And the more you know, the better your chances of keeping your spine in a sturdy position, keeping your mind clear and not becoming flooded with the overwhelm where you're like a 5-year-old trying to address this very difficult person in your room. So it's a parallel process of understanding them, understanding ourselves and how we react when we're in their presence and how we can better fortify and harness our own strength when we're dealing with them. I caught the last part of that presentation before, and I was listening a little bit to the Chat GPT and thinking narcissistic clients that I have would be, and some of them have actually said this, Chat GPT can't come up with something better than I can. They can't possibly craft something more brilliant or thoughtful or creative than I can. You know, God forbid they were to go to Chat GPT. Probably do anyway, but won't admit that. So the grandiose type, more extroverted, right? The more classic profile that you're likely to see, beating the chest, look at me, name dropping, you know, they can work a room, but they can also drive you to like sheer boredom and searching for an escape route, because it's all about them, right? They're asking questions. They're not listening to the answers. They're looking for other ways to be able to drop another few little gems about themselves. They do feel highly entitled. They can be arrogant and self-righteous. And as I said, quite superior and charming as well. So the charm can be an enormous distraction for all of us to a point, until you kind of get a sense of what you're dealing with. The more vulnerable covert type, as I mentioned, reflects the same, self-absorbed, a lot of crossover traits here. So they're not like completely different. There's a lot of crossover traits here, but they're just a bit more highly neurotic, meaning that they're so sensitive. Everything gets filtered through this feeling of criticism, right? I'm being criticized again. Nothing I do is good enough for you. You're just so unappreciative of who I am. A constant need for reassurance. And that's why I call them the super sufferers. So again, what creates this personality type? There is some science, there is some data that suggests that probably they come into the world with a higher degree of impulsivity, a higher degree of sensitivity, a lower capacity for frustration tolerance. And we know what forms personality, right? You come to the environment with this sort of genetic, temperamental, biological set of elements, and then you meet an environment. And that environment is either capable or not so capable, for a variety of reasons, of meeting that need, to set limits, to use discipline thoughtfully and lovingly, to manage impulses, to provide more reassurance and comfort and unconditional love to the child. I mean, these are just needs of every child, but maybe for the child who's born with certain genetic makeup, who's going to become the burgeoning narcissist down the path, this is even more relevant, so we think. And I know from gathering stories over the years, getting into the deep narrative of my clients, that so many of them learned early on that being yourself, just being a child, showing emotion, showing quote unquote weakness was a shameful thing to do. Emphasis was on performance. So love is not unconditional. There's performance expectation, there's modeling, there's being spoiled and not having good limits or good discipline. There's toxic shame when limits are set. And so there's this feeling underneath all this, boasting, bravado, this braggadocious, obnoxious seeming individual. Underneath, there are deep insecurities about self. And it's hard to imagine sometimes when you're in their presence, because they can appear to be incredibly confident. And many of them are, because they end up in these leadership positions or professional roles where they have succeeded, they have achieved well, they have done well, but you don't really want to be in relationship with them at a personal level, even though you may want to hire them as an expert in your life, because their whole life is wrapped around high performing status, right? So again, insufficient limits, feeling used, parents living vicariously through them. I share this with you because you may have some in your life personally where this might be helpful, just to have a more concrete understanding. But it is also a bit of a guiding light towards how your strategies become effective. Again, the more you know, and know equals empathy, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. Empathy, which is like the greatest gem in our toolbox. Empathy is not sympathy. Empathy is not compassion. We're not feeling sorry for the narcissist. We're feeling a deep, resonant understanding of how they're put together. And, oh, that's why they do what they do. Like, I get it. So all of these pieces from their upbringing, their unmet childhood needs, right? So often in the background, there are these unmet needs. And so it helps us to better understand why they have to rise above, why they have to overcompensate, why they become such fighters, if you will, why they become such bullies in their lives. They enter into these counterattacking stances, either very overtly or covertly. They can be also quite passive aggressive, right? But it's why they're doing it. It's to mask that deep insecurity. It's to hide the shame. It's to avoid showing up as the bad guy. God forbid, can't be the bad guy, which is why they are highly defensive and very blaming and shaming of others. They're the most likely to call out, you are the narcissist, not me. Right? So incredibly defensive and have a hard time with empathic appreciation for the experience of the other. Hard time with remorse. Why? Well, when you're flooded at the core with shame and insecurity, then you're so busy. They are so busy acting in the spirit of protecting that ego that there is no room to really pay attention to the effect on others. And to pay attention to the effect on others means to be accountable. Now, we may be able to be accountable. I'm so sorry. I'm sure that was upsetting for you when I forgot to call you as I promised. I feel badly about that. I don't like, leaving you disappointed. And I'm sure that was disappointing. You can be accountable if you make a mistake, but for the narcissist, making mistakes, almost any mistakes, is unfathomable. It's unacceptable. And so they have this very deep, unyielding, demanding internal critic. And to have to face that internal critic, which also drives the bus towards, keeping that edge, keeping them sharp, keeping them performing successfully, that critic will also be the one who's going to remind them, you're bad. Right? And I don't mean bad like, a little slap on the wrist. It's deep. It's unbearable. They've spent their lives constructing these modes, if you will, these ways of being, to not feel that unbearable pain linked with being the weak one, the bad one, the one who was teased and bullied perhaps when they were very young, because they often are a little different in the crowd. I hope that's making sense. And of course, you can ask questions about that later if you like, but it's important to know they don't even know they're doing this. It's a choreography that was set in motion once upon a time, and it continues to evolve and play out outside of their awareness. So they don't even know that they're doing that, which again gives you a little bit of an edge in your work. You have a little leverage because you know this, or you can make some pretty good assumptions about what lies beneath the armor. And what lies beneath is someone who is really feeling a great sense of insecurity, which gives us tools to be able to carefully craft our language when confronting them, when negotiating, when trying to bargain, put together a deal with a partner who is pretty worn out, feels pretty defeated, and pretty frightened about the vengeful actions of the narcissist, which are not uncommon. So in these intimate relationships, I'm just going to watch my time here because I know this is going to fly by and I want to get to strategies. I'm just going to say quickly, in the intimate relationships, as I said, limited empathy, a lot of envy of partners who tend to actually have friends and intimate relationships, who tend to get attention for being what are usually really good people that come into their lives. There's so much to be said about partners and partner selection and attraction and why people stay with narcissists, et cetera, but we don't have time to get into all of that. We just know that this love object, might have been idealized once upon a time because they brought more approval and more support and protection to the ego of the narcissist. Over time, they gradually become devalued, debased, dismissed, if you will. Although the interesting thing about narcissists, as you probably know too, is they don't typically end relationships unless they have, maybe they have a big entourage of fans and followers. They have their little fan club, or they've met somebody new. But at the core, they are such lonely souls. And so they will stay in a relationship. They will cheat. They will have other relationships. They will do that again, without remorse and with great entitlement. So you have other issues that you're dealing with sometimes, like betrayal trauma, partners who have been deeply wounded by these actions, by sex addiction, gambling addictions, et cetera. But they don't necessarily initiate the end of the relationship, which leaves them in a place of being the dumpee, which leaves them in a place of being highly incensed by the broken facade. So they're coming to you. The facade's been broken. They've been rejected. I've been rejected, me? Like with all I've done, with all I've accomplished, are you kidding me? She's leaving me. She'll be sorry, right? Or he'll be sorry. It does go in the reverse. Women can be narcissistic too. I talk about it in this pronoun, not because women are not narcissistic. There are plenty of divas to give their male counterparts a run, but it's just the population that I've worked with primarily. It tends to be higher in men than in women in the form that I'm describing. So as I said, you will run into this major problem, and betrayal trauma is a very, very serious emotional condition like PTSD, because there is the kind of constant reminders, especially when they're still living together until the divorce happens, the constant reminders of the betrayal, the constant confrontation with the perpetrator, living under the same roof. There is no refuge in this partner. And sometimes there are some pretty significant compromises to financial security, to safety, to children's welfare, etc. So here's the modes that tend to trigger us. You know, when you look at these again, the different stances that the narcissist can be in: aggressive, distracting, inflexible. I'm out of here. I'm done. I'm done with this. This is nonsense. This is crap. I don't need to do this, right? The show off, who's trying to win you over, the passive aggressive type who makes the promise and then doesn't show up or shows up late consistently. The critic, the demanding one, the blamer, the entitled, the self-righteous. They have all of these different manifestations of these narcissistic coping modes that can show up in your office, in my office. And they look like this, right? And so much of this is really being fueled by what you see down here, right? This demanding, devaluing inner critic, as I mentioned before. It's kind of driving the bus for, you know, just shut it down. The critic might say, what is with you? You're going to negotiate and be played the fool? You're going to go to this mediation thing and have somebody kind of tell you what to do? Well, I'll show you. Or they'll try to just charm you into believing like, you know, she's really hormonal. And so I think, you know, she gets really kind of emotional and comes up with these bizarre ideas and memories about this relationship. I think it's a hormonal thing. So you get that, you get distractions. They'll compliment you a lot, right? You know, like, oh God, you know, I know I'm in good care with you. I know I'm in the best hands with you. Well, yeah, it's kind of irresistible. It's kind of tempting to want to enjoy being admired and recognized, but we have to be wary. You know, we need to be careful because in many cases, they may feel confident in your expertise, but they're also manipulating a little bit of a game there, right, for the sake of their own win. And it might not even be the win in terms of the outcome of distributions of money or custody visitation. It might just be the win that you see them as, poor you. Why would she leave you when you're so special? So what do we do when we get triggered? If we're triggered, and you know you're triggered when you are resorting to like big intellectual responses, you know you're triggered when you're just giving into demands, when you're avoiding confrontations where they are being disrespectful, they are being demeaning, devaluing, abusive, possibly. You know, we have rights, and those rights have to be stated. So when we avoid setting limits, when we avoid confronting them, when we start apologizing, you didn't do anything wrong, but you find yourself apologizing. Or we get into the counterattack and we start fighting back. Well, you know, like I said, that's kind of game on. Narcissists love that. That's like really juicy bait when they can get you into the fight with them in that sort of dysfunctional dance. There are other obstacles, right? They are highly suspicious. It's this idea that You know, if people are nice to you, if they're speaking in ways where they're telling you they're going to be fair, well, be suspicious because they're probably trying to use you. And this comes right out of a life where they were usually used or manipulated in some way because they were the chosen child. They were the prodigal child. They were the child who was going to elevate the family name and status in some cases. It's not always the case, but in some cases. So they may be highly suspicious of your motives, especially when you're being nice, you're being kind. They're not compliant. There's not enough leverage to hold on to them. Again, they may have enough support in the outside that, yeah, fine, I'm going the litigation route. I don't need this mediation stuff. I'll see you in court, right? You activate the bad guy, and there's all this underlying guilt, shame, and loneliness, and then they go into more fight mode. They can be, as I said, charming, distracting. Other obstacles is that the partners, you're working with partners who are flooded with fear. They have ambivalence, they're reluctant, they're doubting, they're sort of, they're kind of teeter-tottering back and forth between, should I do this, shouldn't I do this, maybe I should just stick it out until the kids go to college. What am I doing? They're blaming themselves. Maybe I didn't try hard enough. Maybe it is my fault. Maybe I don't deserve to have so much. I mean, let's face it, he's the one who really worked really hard. And so you're also navigating these difficult emotions with partners who have been so convinced and so mowed down over the years by narcissistic endeavor. And again, of course, our own triggers. So you also come up against partners who have very valid reasons for needing to pursue kind of special circumstances. Either they're reluctant to go through with divorce, or when they are approaching mediation, they're terrified because leaving their children with a narcissist sometimes means leaving them with someone who doesn't necessarily follow all the rules of safety. And it's not even necessarily going to be paid attention to by, Child Protective Services or the courts. Courts are they're just inundated, as you know, with these things. And so unless there's blood, there's sexual abuse, they may not be that interested in the narcissist who, he doesn't believe in wearing a seatbelt, or, he drinks a little bit more than he should when he drives with the kids in the car. He leaves the screens on when he's looking at pornography and the kids are in the house. They're not paying that much attention. And so partners are terrified. How much exposure is too much exposure? How much danger is too much danger? How much custody may be too much custody in these cases? I don't know if I have time for this because I'm going to run out of time. So I'm going to just give you a little footnote on this one. This is such a funny little clip, and it's from Cyanide and Happiness, I think, on YouTube. It's called Divorce. Just go to Cyanide and Happiness on YouTube and look at that little video clip called Divorce. You really get at the essence of the covert narcissist who does not want to be the bad guy, makes a promise he can't keep, and basically wins the children over after agreeing that he's going to do this very fair and diplomatic presentation to the kids about mommy and daddy are getting a divorce, but then, essentially turns the other cheek and becomes poor me, and mommy's the bad guy. Big problem that we face as well. So again, you're up against someone who denies, defends, devalues, distracts, and disengages. This is what partners are often facing. This is what you and I are likely to face when we are attempting to confront these issues, right? Deny, I didn't do this. It doesn't matter. It's not important. They defend themselves. The only reason I behaved that way was because they devalue all of your proposals as ridiculous or too careless or thoughtless or not really appealing to their specialness. They'll distract with stories. They'll distract by disappearing. They disengage. They step away. They literally detach. And so it's very, very difficult. I mean, outside of your mediation practice, partners are consistently dealing with this in their attempts to try to confront behaviors that are egregious, behaviors that have been forms of betrayal in their lives. And again, we are primed for pleasure. So confrontation is not something that comes natural to us as humans. I mean, it may come natural in terms of our, things get bottled up, and then we can become sort of pop the cork. Our impulsivity may lead us to let anger flow at times, but not always necessarily in the healthiest or most thoughtful way, because it's really coming more from our pent up emotion as opposed to our thoughtful, careful calibration, crafting of language. And so one of the chief strategies that we talk about for effective confrontation, this is just a little promo. This is the book you're going to be, there's a special code if you want to get a copy of my book with a special discount for the people participating today, and they'll be raffling off a number of my books today as well. You have to establish guidelines and universal truths, right? So again, bringing them into your room, if they are coming in together into your room, you establish rights. We all have rights. You establish this seems so incredibly fundamental and perfunctory. Like, why would I talk about this? Isn't this elementary language? Trust me. When you have a narcissist in the room, you suspect you have a narcissist in the room. One of the members of the relationship has kind of alerted you to the possibility, or the therapist who contacted you is alerting you to the possibility. This is so critically important. It doesn't mean they're going to obey, but it does mean that you can reference it afterwards. You get agreement on this. We all have rights in the room, the rights to feel respected, the rights to take turns, to not interrupt, right? Reasonableness is another part of the guidelines, to be reasonable and to allow you to be a voice of authority, a voice of reason on what's possible, what they can expect if this does go to court, and respite. The way to be able to take a pause in the spirit of protecting our collaboration, our co-creation of an agreement here. Take a respite. I do this in treatment. Take a pause. Let's take a pause. Let's catch our breath in the spirit of protecting the relationship, in the spirit of protecting the work that we're doing. Take a pause. Let's figure out what's getting kind of stirred up. And we'll come back and see if we can find other language to be able to describe that. Shame cannot survive in an empathic environment. And shame, again, along with loneliness, is one of the core experiences that underlies all of this, noise in narcissism. It's stepping into the skin of another. And the more you understand, as I said, the more liberated you can become, the more you can fortify this healthy, wise inner advocate for setting limits, for holding them accountable, mitigating the shame that they carry, because you're going to use very different language. Empathic communication includes language like, well, of course it must be, very hard to imagine a scenario where you're not with your children all the time. That must be very difficult. Of course, it would be hard to trust me, hard to know where I stand. And given what you've both been through, I can see why, this isn't going to be such a smooth and easy. It's a lot of empathy. It makes sense that, the fact that you're working so hard and you're not feeling fully appreciated, that you would be feeling very angry about that. But, in here, I can only address the very concrete issues that are at stake. I strongly suggest the two of you maybe want to do a little deconstructing of that, or you want to get a little support and help outside of this room. But it makes sense to me that you would want to be acknowledged. It makes sense to me that you, pointing to the partner, would feel that, you've done your best to be recognizing. Let's not waste your time and money in that dispute. That's for outside of here. But I get it. I get that this is hard. So there's a lot of, I get it. I see this. I know this makes sense to me. Must be very hard for you. I see you. I know you. I understand. But, right, empathic confrontation is, look, I know you might not be intending to be disrespectful right now. That's not your intention to hurt anybody in the room. I get that. And you're a smart guy. And, and you have very good word stock in your vocabulary, but I got to tell you, ouch, that's not okay. That's not okay. So let's find another way. Let's see if we can try that again, right? Here's the problem. So I get it. I understand it. I know this is what you're used to. because you're the leader in your company. You're probably used to people sort of doing whatever you tell them to do. But in here, we have a different kind of equity. And so it's different in here, the way you show up. You're going to need to take off your CEO hat for a moment. And I know there's a thing called shuttle diplomacy in mediation where you work from separate rooms and you do this. We do this too in therapy, right? Sometimes we have to separate the couple in order to do some good transcribing of what they're trying to say. So it's capturing the intention and delivering a message that matches that intention. Narcissists are notoriously bad about this. They can go from something as extreme as, I'm so scared and sad and worried about the outcome of this on my reputation too. How dare you? You don't appreciate anything that I've done. You're going to be sorry. Well, that doesn't sound anything like the vulnerability that they're feeling inside, and that they even think at times that they are vocalizing. Truly. Now, it's not your job to be routing in and figuring out their psychology. I'm giving you some of this conceptual framework so that you have a little bit of knowledge that can shape the way you speak, right? So even when you're in the other room with the narcissist, to be able to say, I imagine this must be very scary for you. You know, you have a big reputation to protect, and, you know, you have a community that you enjoy and certain privileges that you've enjoyed in the marriage, even though, you know, it obviously hasn't been a great fit for both of you. It's clearly not meeting either of your needs, right? But, you know, making demands and just devaluing her position isn't going to resolve this. It's only going to make for something that becomes more public, more incriminating, more dissolving of your reputation. So you use your leverage, right? You set up stakes, you set up consequences that they don't want to face, right? It's a very empathic appreciation of the suffering underneath that they're going to kind of scoff and roll their eyes at, but you're going to touch that tender nerve by using that empathy to confront them on the behavior that is going to lead to some pretty noxious consequences. Right? Messages get lost in the delivery. We can think out loud, right? How well do you think you're delivering that message? Offer an example. Help them to craft an example. I know you're a smart person, but look, we're all human. Here comes the universal truths again. We're all human, and in our humanness, you know, we get triggered. And when we're upset, and of course you're upset right now, this is a really tough part of your life experience. Of course you're upset. You know, sometimes we have to figure out ways that we can best deliver the message, you know, and it's hard to hold on to when there's so much emotion that's revving up in our nervous system. And then there's, of course, I just have to squeeze this in for time. I think I have time to do this. I'm going to try to race through the last slide. The we statements. This is what I call the vomit bucket technique, right? It's a little gaggy, it's a little nauseating. You have to really kind of strap on your authentic self, but also with a twist. A lot of we statements. We want the best, right? So you're really helping them to come up with we statements to mitigate shame and blame. We all want the best. We're all in this room together because we want the best for those dear children. We all want for the two of you to be able to feel a sense of security in your lives. To the narcissist, you know, of course, you probably already thought about this, right? I mean, I know you're really a very thoughtful person. You're a really smart person. You know, you probably already thought about this, but I'm going to put it out there anyway. Have you considered that maybe this blah, blah, blah might be the best solution? You're a fair person. I know you're going to do right by your family, right? This appeals to the good guy. You're the most important role model in the life of your son or daughter, right? This gives them power, and it's actually true. So all of these statements have morsels or more of truth. You can use them authentically. Is it a manipulation? Yes, but it's not a manipulation that's deviant. You're not doing harm. You're doing this for good, to give them a fair and equitable outcome, to care for the children in their lives. So you're appealing to power, you're appealing to their need for authority, you're appealing to their need to be seen as the good guy. It's a win for everybody, but it is a little gaggy to get those words out. Words that I coach many lawyers in using, as well as partners. And of course, reminding them that in the courts, they get to the courts, and I think, as some of you already know, just provoking them enough so that they blow out. Judges aren't very tolerant of that. And so it does help, even though it doesn't feel good to manipulate in that way, but it does help when we can get them to show their narcissistic side in the courts. Okay, real quick, just closing down. Fortify yourself. Hand to heart, hand to diaphragm, or what I like to do sometimes is both hands over the chest. Little applied pressure. Feel the warmth of your hands on your chest. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Whew. Breathe. Suspend your judgments. Be with that vulnerability, that little you, right? The little you that can get activated by narcissists. Tuck that little you into an imagined safe place, right? Escort your little self into a little safe place. Feel your back against the chair, feel your spine straight, and come back into your sturdy, healthy, expert advocate role, right? This is a nice little somatic exercise that you can do. You just grab a little snapshot of your little self, escort them to a safe place. Remember that you're the expert, and begin to bring your tools into practice. Thank you all for listening. I've put Avery Anna's song, The Narcissist, here. I thought we might have time to listen. The lyrics are incredible, but let's see how many questions I have waiting, and then maybe I can close with that if there's time. But I urge you to take a listen. It's a beautiful, sad, and poignant tale that she wrote about narcissism. Okay, any questions for me? Are they going to be read? Should I read them? How will we do the Q&A? Whoops, uh-oh, it started without my permission. Okay, let me stop the share.
If there's anyone live that has a question, I'll say it out loud, and we can give out the mics as well.
Okay.
Any questions? Right here we have. And we'll see how that goes. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. How do you deal with, there are two things here. How do you deal with someone who is a confabulist? And how do you deal with someone who's charming and undermines the person who's giving the facts? But by the end, that person has turned the whole story around to something that doesn't exist. Two things.
Yeah, and they kind of go hand in hand. I mean, you'll expect, it's a great question. Thank you for the question. Narcissists are notorious, right, for these types of behaviors, confabulations and charm and facts and stories. And a lot of it is largely, oh, what a beautiful room you're in. I'm seeing the room. Largely stories that are, going to support their own need to be self-righteous, to have their way, to make their case for what they want, and feeling entitled to have what they want. And so again, I think in that neutral stance, I mean, as a therapist, it'd be very different than I think as an attorney who is doing mediation. You're taking a stance where you're representing both sides, and the stance is more neutral than even I would do in couples therapy, where, again, empathy, it sounds like it's been quite a tough road. And so I hear the story, and I imagine the strife attached to that. And of course, your stories are very different. So, without like a kind of live captured video recording of these experiences, it's going to be very difficult because I'm not going to take sides, right? So again, I empathize with the struggle that you're having, empathize with both of you with the struggle that you're having, and the experiences that you may have suffered in light of that. But we still have to come down to, getting somewhere in the middle on the page here, getting to some place where both of you are working in the spirit of fairness. Both of you are working in the spirit of protecting the welfare of your children, if there are children, or financial security, if that's the primary issue. Right. I don't know. Does that help to the person who asked the question?
She said somewhere. Do you have a follow-up or? No, that's okay. You don't.
We have a question online if you can. We have a question online if you can take it. How do you deal with a victim who embellishes and fictionalizes the?
Well, again, it's kind of similar, right? It's just the other side of the coin. I think you can have, I tend to trust the people who have been offended, although I do know, as you do, that there are times when these experiences can be embellished, and that might be because of their own history and activation of experiences they've had that makes this feel even bigger and even more profound than perhaps it actually has been. I mean, in some ways, tell me if I'm wrong, but I suspect that you have a little bit more leverage in being able to refer to the law, you know, what the law will allow. But at the same time, you have somebody who's sitting in front of you who's very much in this presentation of the victim. And I think that, again, empathy is a way of beginning the bypass route. So empathy, again, you're not sitting there feeling sorry for them, even though you may be feeling sorrow and you may be feeling some compassion when you listen to these stories, but you want to stay in an empathic stance. I can imagine, like, it makes it ever so difficult to be able to even think about how you're going to co-parent with this individual, or how you're going to be able to get through this process together in a face-to-face, you know, conversation or communication. I can imagine it's very difficult. So it's all that empathizing. I can imagine, I can see, I can understand, I can appreciate. You don't want to challenge the story they're telling you, right? I mean, there's going to be no gain in challenging that. They're with narcissist in the room, or someone who's very fragile, who's experienced a narcissist in their life. You're going to get embellishments. There's no doubt about it. But I think it's about, again, trying to circle back to, you know, here's what's possible. Here's what's reasonable. Here's the reality of what we can kind of co-craft or co-create together in this space, knowing that I know your hearts are heavy, and I know there's anguish, and I know there's pain, and I know there's anger, and I know there's frustration, but it's how to be able to kind of, you know, step beyond that, take that to a place where you can get the support that you need. And that's therapy stuff, isn't it? Right? Does that help? Does that answer the question?
Narcissists. Yeah.
I'm not understanding. It's not coming through clearly.
Yeah. So the question is, if I know the person was described, which I watch their life go to places of knowledge, can we get them to recognize that it might be?
And could someone repeat that for me, because I actually couldn't hear. I couldn't hear any of it. It's completely muffled on the audio.
So if you know someone who's a narcissist, the concept that you're talking about, how do you encourage them to go to therapy, and how easy is it for them to realize that they need help?
No, it's the audio is muffled. I'm sorry. I'm not understanding the words for some reason. It's not coming through.
How about now?
Yeah.
Into the computer.
How do you get the consummate male narcissist to come to therapy? How can you help them see that they might need this type of help?
It's great. I love that question. It's one of the most popular questions. I'm glad someone asked that. How do you get them to come to therapy? You know, it's leverage. It's leverage. The stakes have to be meaningful. Now they won't go to therapy if there's no leverage. Therapy won't work if there's no leverage. That's an absolute. Leverage could be anything from they're just in so much profound pain that, you know, they're a little bit more voluntary, but in most cases they're not. It has to be, you know, go to therapy or else what? Or else I am going to tell the community about what's going on in our lives. I'm not going to keep this to myself. In some cases, for those who are still working on restoring their relationships, it's get help or we're done. Or it's, I see an inevitable path to a separation, a divorce, if we don't really pay attention to this. So it's usually has to be something they don't want to lose. I mean, I get people who come from work situations where narcissists who are insubordinate, who get into problems with sexual harassment, they come because they don't want to lose their job and they don't want their reputation to be smeared all over the company. So they come in. They're not voluntary. So it's not really a happy day in my treatment room initially, but it takes leverage. And if you don't have that, you won't have treatment. Thank you for the question.
We actually have another online question. Thanks for the great presentation. What is the best way to level the playing field in mediation when there is a high imbalance of power and one spouse is quiet due to fear of being put on by the narcissist spouse?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question too. And that comes back to this idea of shuttle diplomacy, where I know for me as a therapist, when I'm encountering that in the treatment room, they may be coming to that threshold at the end of their marriage, and they're coming in for maybe the last ditch, last tick the box effort. But I separate them. So I think they have to be separated so that the quiet, inhibited, frightened one can have a voice. And you act as the interpreter, transcriber, transmitter of information on their behalf. And you go into the hot room, with the one who has more power, has more authority, is more intimidating, the narcissistic one. And you may have to then, of course, use the empathic confrontation to try and, okay, I know, but, right? I know, I get it, but I'm here for a purpose. So let's sit down. I'm going to try to give you a sense of what your partner is asking for, requesting, looking for, experiencing, etc. You act as kind of the delivery system, the courier, if you will, of a message that isn't easily voiced, because some of them they're just not there yet. She may be working in therapy to try to find her strength and her voice and her self-advocacy, but she's not there yet. And there's a whole lot at stake, for them. So I think, working with them in separateness, at least as a start, until you can begin to see something get cobbled together, is always the best way in high conflict.
We have one more question that we're going to repeat. We're going to let our audience member in the audience speak it, and then we'll repeat the question for you.
Great, thanks.
Good morning. My name is Manish. You spoke about narcissism and the self-entitlement. Do you see a role and intersection between narcissism and parental alienation? If so, how did you get to it when typically both of these traits can play a part in a custody battle? How do you break through an individual in that?
That was a long question, so she's going to repeat it back.
Okay.
1 second. One second. Moving parts. Yeah, just right here. It's on the computer.
All right. Can you hear me now better?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for your excellent presentation. You probably didn't hear me before. I did ended up buying your audible version of the book. So thank you. My question was about, you said about the narcissism and the right to self-entitlement. Do you also see an intersection between narcissism and parental alienation, typically when it can play a part in a custody battle? The question is, how do you get through an individual who may have these traits? So how do you break down the right to self-entitlement that brings the barrier in any resolution when it comes to custody issues?
This is such an important question, actually. And so thank you for that. It's an important question because you raised the issue of parental alienation. And again, we find this so often in cases where there is a partner who is on the narcissism spectrum, if not full-blown narcissistic personality disorder. And I think you try to appeal to the power. So remember, the entitlement is so important to them. It's one of those, I call it, again, that last ditch effort. You appeal to the power that the narcissist craves so much, but in a healthy way. You have so much power when it comes to your children growing up to either break the generational spell of maybe what you've been through in your life that wasn't always so easy, to give them a chance to have a very balanced and healthy life and a good sense of self, to feel a close connection to you. you tell them the universal truth. Children will grow up and figure things out over time. And I would hope that, you have a long road to a healthy connection with your kids, but you have the power to make that difference and making sure that they can sustain a healthy relationship with both you and your partner. So if you empower them with that option, it doesn't always work. It won't always work. Some of them are just, it can be menacing in their entitlement, but you may have some success with some, and some is better than none, I think. So it's always worth a try, to be empathic to the struggle. I know this is hard. I know this is infuriating at times. I know how much you want your children to have a sense of truth and to feel their presence in your life. But at what cost? Right? So do a cost benefit analysis. At what cost? At what price? Right? You don't have to play the therapist in doing this. You just need to be a human. And I think mediators come really close to being able to do some of what I do in the treatment room without, all the deep dive into their psychology, just with some really good implicit information, some good assumptions from this conceptual framework. Thank you for that. That was a really important question. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We are at the time where we're breaking for lunch, and we have our CLE code for everyone, which is 30 for 30 years of great programming with the NJAPM.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
30, 30. Thanks so much.
So good to be with you. Have a good lunch.
For those here, we're going to read off the 5 winners of Wendy's book.
Wait, hold on. Thank you guys for coming. We're going to break for lunch and we'll be back at
12:50 is when we resume.
12:50. Yep. In breakout rooms. And Tori has sent out the links to those breakout rooms. So you'll receive. All right. Thank you.
Just testing the microphones, so everyone can hear me. Tori, how is it now?
It's still a little bit muffled. Can you try again?
How about now? Is it still muffled? I'm trying to get rid of the background noise. Let's see.
Adjusting that. Anyways, out of Is it is this better? This is better. Much better. How's this? I got rid of background. I'm gonna try some extra microphones. Give me 1 second. Sure. We're going to do the 5-minute reminder that we're gonna start. How's this? Is this too echoed with another microphone? Yeah. I think this is the civil of divorce room. Okay. Oh, sorry, no one. Thank you, Tori.
No problem.
Is this room divorce or civil? Okay.
You're good. Oh, this is all. No, it's not. Yeah. It's just not lit up. Oh, the light. We still because online might be coming back. I still need to. They already. So what do I have to do? Just start talking. Romance of life. Like, and you're on. Okay, live online. So yeah, Valerie Shore is doing a civil panel in the next room. So if you want to be part of civil, you can come over there now. And we are going to start the bonus panel when to bring in the experts in about 2 minutes or a minute. We could start now. I'm ready. Give us the 2 minutes. Give us the 2 minutes. Yeah. Everyone's still chatting. Can you have that one on? Or that one's off? I turned it off. Testing. Oh, you want to turn it off? You don't want to go on at the same time. Yeah, I turned it off until. Okay. Background noise. I don't know. So maybe I'll hand it to you and then it comes back or whatever. Yeah. If you just want to. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah. That's good. Yeah. Okay. Let me get started. 12:59. Waiting. There it is. All right, so we're gonna get started. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Everybody over there can't see. Yeah, that's fine.
We're excited to present the divorce panel today. We have a lot of panelists here. I'm not going to introduce themselves. They can do that as we sort of move along. We've worked closely together. A lot of information today, so we'll jump right into it. All this is about, all the information that we're sharing with you is to help you in your business. We're looking to help you provide a better service for ultimately in your mediations. So I'd like you to realize the situations that warrant the use of experts. We're all in different fields, and this by no means covers all the experts that you want to bring in potential mediation, but we want to educate you on when and why to use the experts and why you want to, what sort of situations arise. And it can be a real value add to your practice. Every mediation is unique. And oftentimes mediators try to do it all themselves. You sort of think of yourself as one-stop shopping. And you don't fully dive into the nuances that arise in the agreements. You make statements. This can sometimes be a disservice to your clients. Unhappy clients means less referrals, and none of us want that, right? A lot of us grow our business just on referrals. So creating a divorce team or a network of professionals that you can confidently refer to during the process is, I think, essential and why we're here. So many clients, starting off, lawyers next. So many clients come to mediation without a lawyer. I mean, they're trying to cost save, right? They come to, we want to do it ourselves, we want to do, per se. Or they'll go to a mediator who isn't out there, and that lawyer tries to do it all. The one-stop sort of shopping. They try to be the mediator as neutral, and then they'll be like, well, I can also be the review attorney for and there's a problem with that. So I'm going to start with Tremaine and have her give her perspective on the attorney in divorce.
Thanks, Amber. My name is Carleen Gaskin, and I am the practice group leader for the family law department of Jerusa, Chevy, Jones, and Mosley. That's the most typical thing I'm going to say to you today. So just by a show of hands, how many of you actively practice family mediation? Okay. And how many of you in this room have law degrees? Okay. And how many of you think that lawyers have no place during the mediation process? Okay, thanks. All right, that's been interesting. I want to know. A lot of times I see clients from two perspectives, because as a lawyer, I have to guide my clients through the mediation process. It's a necessary step in the divorce process in New Jersey, providing them with a way to settle beforehand. And any good divorce lawyer in New Jersey is going to tell you it's a preference to file a settled case for divorce. That being said, I also have a mediation practice myself, so I can see some of the pitfalls. And a lot of times I'll get clients who will call up and say, hey, I want to mediate a divorce. I don't really want to litigate. And what they're missing are some of the pitfalls that create and cause dangers for you in your own practice. And to help you build a better mediation and work and tile towards a better mosaic of a settlement, it's best to avoid certain pitfalls by bringing a lawyer in the beginning. You don't bring the mediator. And those of you who are lawyers know this, you can't be given legal advice. So to Amber's point about, that's a lot of feedback in the background. To Amber's point about not having disappointed clients, if you wait or allow your clients to wait until the end of the mediation process to go to attorneys for review, that's when your mediation is going to go sideways. And that's where your clients are going to turn on you, because they're going to say, tell me, why did I know? And oftentimes what happens, when I'm a lawyer, when I have someone to note after the fact and say, I just want you to bless this agreement. Well, if I'm my lawyer, I really can't do that. So how can a lawyer be helpful to you? A lawyer can be helpful to you because it's going to help you avoid the pitfall of being sucked in to writing an agreement. Several times in practice, I've seen mediators prepare marital settlement agreements. And when that has happened, there has been on more than one occasion, more than 7-figure differences in what should have happened. And clients don't realize that. And who do they have to be upset with? Themselves and the mediator. And that's not where you want to find yourself. Because remember, when you're a mediator, you're not getting legal advice and you're not doing discovery. So when do you bring a lawyer? Well, you should tell your clients in the very beginning, I want you to talk to a lawyer. Even if your lawyer isn't participating in our sessions, I want you to be able to have that person on the phone because they're going to tell you what your rights are, what your responsibilities are. And then what's going to happen? You're going to have an educated client coming to your session, a client who is prepared to discuss the issues, and a client who is prepared to focus. Now, there's a lot of other pieces of information that we wish we could arm our clients with before they have a discussion with us, because we can educate them. And you're going to hear that from the rest of my partners up here. And we often, point to them and different things that they do to keep it going. But if you have a lawyer involved, another thing that you can do for your clients is avoid an imbalance of power. Now, Heidi, our next panelist, is going to talk a little bit more about the imbalance of power between parties. But I want to just share with you a little story anecdotally. Just 2 days ago, I got a phone call from someone saying, hey, my partner and I, we went through mediation, our mediator prepared the agreement, and I just need to have an attorney review because that's what the mediator should need to do at the end of the process. Well, I realized this is not the client for me as a lawyer because this person has already given up their rights because they don't want me to point out to them that if they had their lawyer working with them in tandem and with a financial person, they would have realized that they have to share the entirety of their retirement assets that have been accumulated over the course of 40 years when they'd only been married for 15. They didn't want me as their lawyer to say to them, hey, you're sharing some assets that would never be in the pot for equitable distribution purposes. And the mediator, through the mediation process, didn't tell them. And so when getting the lawyer involved early, it helps your clients be prepared, it helps you be prepared, and it helps to have a more effective discussion.
Great. So as Tremaine alluded to, you may perceive the power imbalance, right? In your mediation, and they start with a plan or in finances, originally in a couple, and you're married a narcissist. Well, at the time, there's a narcissist, and now we're going to talk about dealing with. But you can see potentially one spouse is so beaten down emotionally that they're not ready to make decisions. They're not able to make decisions, and it can severely slow down the mediation process for you. You may start to see them as kings, as pawns. You may see certain things start to develop. I think that's the time to bring a therapist or a divorce coach into, or a parenting coach into the process. And Heidi's going to talk more about that. So I'm Heidi Keebler-Brogan. Is this working?
No.
No? Yeah. Right. I'm Heidi Keebler-Brogan. I'm a licensed therapist here in the state of New Jersey. I am also trained in divorce mediation, collaborative divorce, and parenting coordination. The biggest thing that I want you guys to walk away from today is the importance of building your professional network. It's so important that you vet colleagues in different areas like these up here to assist your clients and to ensure your mediation. What I think is probably the most important thing to do is what you're doing here today. Meet people in person. Sit down with them, have a cup of coffee. If you can't do that, do it virtually. But when you give a client a referral for an attorney, for a real estate person, for a financial person, your name and your reputation's on the line. So you want to know who you're referring to. And you want to know if that person is the best suited for your client. Do any of you use divorce coaches in your mediation? Oh, 1 or 2. Wonderful. I
I think it's something that you want to consider, at least in your toolbox of resources. Because what a divorce coach can do for you is what you can't do as a neutral for your clients. You can't deal with some of that emotional stuff that can really block the process. How many people have had a mediation go bad? Thank you for your honesty. All have in some way, shape, or form. Doesn't matter. Recently, I should have said recently. If you had brought in a divorce coach, I can't guarantee you that wouldn't have happened, but I think there would have been a much greater likelihood that it could have been salvaged. Because a lot of times it's just the emotionality of what your clients are going through that is blocking their ability to think rationally, to maybe negotiate well for themselves. As a divorce coach, some divorce coaches will only meet with one of the clients. So the spouse and the wife or whatever would have their own. I personally don't operate that way. I don't think it's the best way to operate in these kind of circumstances where we're trying to really, be non-adversarial, non-litigation. I think it's much more helpful for me to sit down with both of the clients together and find out what their collective goals are. And then sometimes I'll break out with them, and I'll meet one for one session and one for the other. It works wonderfully if you are collaborating with colleagues that you're familiar with. And it also adds a lot of referrals, because I recently got a call as a mediator from a client, and it turned out their bigger issue was financial stuff. So I called my colleague. I called Amber, who's much stronger in the financial, mediation department. And I stepped back and I served as their divorce coach. And we were able to get through that mediation, which almost looked like it was going to fall apart at one point. Yeah. And we got through it in just a couple of sessions. She had a few sessions with them. I had 2 sessions with them. And then we had two sessions together. And I think it's all but done, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And everybody kind of walked away at least feeling whole and somewhat satisfied. The other reason a parenting coordinator, a divorce coach is very helpful is in the situation of parenting issues. And that is what I tend to do the most of in my mediation, is helping put together the parenting plans, navigating custody issues. A lot of times I'll have clients come back, once the divorce is final and now kids are older. And it's a good resource to have, because you are going to have, hopefully, repeat clients, meaning 5 years down the road, something has changed or needs to be tweaked and they're going back through mediation. Your resources, what you need at that time, might be different. It could be we're trying to navigate teenage kids in college and where they're going to live and how that's going to look, moving forward, which is really different than the plan you put together in the original. So resources. Divorce coaches are one of those. I spoke earlier about vetting your colleagues. Your divorce coaches should have some sort of mental health background, in my personal opinion. They should be a licensed therapist, social worker, within the state that you're practicing. There are divorce certification programs out there, in person and online, that don't necessarily require that. They require a bachelor's degree in anything. And no disrespect to people who have done this certification, because some of them are fantastic. But without the mental health component, I don't think you are going to get what you need for your clients, because you're not going to have someone who knows how to navigate that narcissist. You're not going to, everybody hears, I'm sure today, my husband's a narcissist and my wife is either bipolar or borderline. How many times have you heard that? Yeah. Sorry. And of course I get an ice cube. Your mental health professional, your divorce coach that's trained in those areas can really help you in that process too, not just with the clients. When you're dealing with a spouse that truly is a narcissist, as you heard and saw today, they're going to push your buttons. They're going to trigger you. You're dealing with a spouse that has been the victim of that narcissistic behavior or personality disorder. They are beaten down way below what they even recognized, because it's been years and years of chipping away at them and their self-esteem and, their sense of autonomy. So you've got a lot of dynamics at play, and you're trying to do the best you can for both of these people in the process, and probably for their children. That's a lot on your plate. I don't recommend you do that by yourself. I think that's where having a team of experts in your toolbox that you can draw from for different circumstances and different clients can make all the difference in your ability to do the best of your job and to get the best outcome for the clients.
Thank you, Heidi. So moving along from the parenting plan, maybe into equitable distribution, we start looking at the finances. And most often the major asset is the home. What are we going to do with the home? Who's going to move out? Who's going to stay in the home? Are they going to sell it? When are they going to sell it? Most often, at least one person is likely to go out. And I think having real estate professionals involved is very important. They may say, and I've heard actually in the Burt case, there are no rentals in our town. I can't move out. I can't find a rental to afford. And it's not actually true, because when you call Kat and she looks, for you, there is availability. So you can, so using this information as a tactic, this is a way to avoid that. So I'm going to have Kat speak on her value add, and then we're going to Chris, who is our mortgage banker. And he's really key in understanding if they refinance in their spouse's name, what the feasible options are with the house, because you don't want to use a blanket statement. The wife gets the house in your MOUs without really vetting that process.
But as a lawyer, I'm going to say you need to know those answers first before you get to mediation. Otherwise, your clients are wasting your time and you're wasting their time. Well, following that one up, hi all, I'm Kat Tison. I am a residential real estate agent with Coldwell Banker, and I specialize in divorce. And if you all didn't know that real estate agents do specialize in divorce, I'm here to tell you we do. And we do with designations, and we do with experience. I am not an agent who comes in just to do a CMA. I am not an agent who just works with everybody as if they're the same. I am not an agent who comes into a divorce situation trying to get a commission. What I am is a divorce specialist because I was divorced. What I am is a real estate agent who understands that there's a great deal of complexity to the selling, buying, renting of real estate to begin with, coupled with all that you all know goes into divorce. What I also am is your teammate. So first and foremost, as Amber said, everybody who's going through divorce has a real estate issue. They're not going to live together. Somebody's got to live somewhere else. How are we going to do that? Maybe we'll go through selling the home that they've had as marital asset. Maybe it's going to be that both people are going to rent. We don't know yet. Part of my job is to work with the other professionals to make sure that we know as much as we can to decide what people are going to do with their housing issues. First and foremost, we need to look at the value of the home. And I don't just mean the comparative value. We're going to need an appraisal, of course, if they're going to sell, because that's what the courts are going to want. But we also want to talk to our clients about what the value of the house is overall. So say we've got clients that have cash, $10 in cash, and a house that they think is worth $10. As Amber would always say, you can't eat a house. But the other point is that so what goes into it. So while they think the house is $10, we haven't done an inspection in 5, 10, 15 years since they bought the house, and they don't realize that the roof needs to be replaced. That roof needing to be replaced means that value is now $9. Somebody gets $10, now you get $9, and anything else that may be going wrong with the house or that you need to know about. Not fair, but as you know, you can't do anything about it once the divorce is finalized. So it's really important to understand that. The other thing is I come to the process with 3 things that I think are highly important for you all. I use discretion, I use impartiality, and I use transparency. For discretion, I think it's hugely important that anybody working with divorcing couples needs to show homes. If they're selling it, they need to be completely compassionate and show that home as a marital home and or as a home that a couple is selling. It is not fair to show that home as if there is some sort of problem, because people will come in with a low ball offer, and that's not my job. My job is not to get a low ball offer and just get them done. My job is to get them the most equity, so both partners can move on into their next stage of life healthy financially, and with hopefully the potential to either have great credit to rent or buy again. As far as impartiality. So impartiality, the thing is, I feel like you all know this, right? We all know somebody who's a real estate agent. And that's the way a lot of divorcing couples feel. Oh, we use the agent we had before. Or, oh, we use Aunt Sally. Well, I guarantee you, the agent they used before went in together with them in a positive way while they were working together. It's all good. They're not working together anymore. Now they have separate ideas of how they want this handled, and that agent may not be aware of how to handle that. The other thing is Aunt Sally is her Aunt Sally. And by the middle of that sale, I guarantee you, he or the other person will say, Aunt Sally's not doing right by me. It doesn't matter if Aunt Sally is. Aunt Sally can be as impartial as she wants to be, but the perception of partiality is going to be a problem. So I speak to that by being the team leader for the couple. I also work with them as a point person, because sometimes couples don't want to be in the same room together, as you well know. Even when they're dealing with a house, I'm here to remind them this is a business decision, and this is something that they need to work on together, but I will, through transparency, help them, speaking to one person if I need to by email and one person by phone if that's the case. They will both get the same information, so they can both make the decisions based on that information. The last thing is, I think there's a great deal of misinformation in my field, like for many of you, and I welcome the opportunity to discuss with any of you what's going on. A Zestimate is not a real thing. It's not. And people rely on it, and it's a disappointment. Also, people say to you, I don't need a real estate agent. What do they get for their commission? Well, I can tell you, and I'm happy to go through it on another day, another story, another time, to go through all that we do to help the client through the process. On top of it, help the client when they're going through a hugely challenging time. So while I feel that all of us are so important to this process, and we hope you all will speak to us about that, I just want to say that if you weren't aware that a specialist in real estate needs to help, I hope that is dispelled. And I would like to hand this to Chris, who's our mortgage representative, because there's no way that good real estate agents don't work hand in hand with a lender when it comes to anything, but much less divorce.
I want to pass it down. Pass it down.
Before she does that, I want to tout one of Kat's amazing attributes that helped me in mediation. Because as a mediator, a service that she can provide you is helping you have information and understanding as to the local market and what's available when. Because you're going to get clients who come to you who are in complete and total panic about the market and what's out there. And Amber mentioned that. And we have all used Kat in our professional practice on a moment's notice to help us get the information that we needed to know for our clients in the mediation to get to yes. Thank you.
Well said, Jermaine. One thing I want to say too, I used the phrase in the past, which I think is so succinct and really kind of captures what she offers in the process. She said, I don't represent the divorcing husband or wife or spouse. I represent the house. And in the process, that's kind of really important because it's a partisan, by definition, it's an adversarial process going through mediation, going through divorce. And for her to focus on the value of the home and maximizing that without taking the side is crucial. And just that alone, I think, really kind of points out the importance of working with someone who's familiar and comfortable with the process.
I'll pay you later.
No need. My name is Chris Elwood. I'm a mortgage banker. I'm with North Point Bank. And so I'm kind of the behind the scenes person who provides you with the information. I mean, everyone who watches news or hears news, interest rates are what, 25% now? Is that what you 50%, right? Nobody can afford to buy homes. Okay, it's not true. Rates have gone up and it's been a challenge, and the real estate market is in turmoil, and the home lending has been a challenge as well. But it doesn't mean it's no houses available. It doesn't mean that you can't find a rental. It doesn't mean you can't afford a house. The key is information. And mine is probably the least emotionally invested aspect of this whole approach. I think it's about numbers, and it's about what your income, what your debts are, what your obligations are financially. But then I guess there's an emotional piece to it, which is how much are you comfortable affording, right? So oftentimes I will collect all the data from a client, go through the process, and they're like, oh, great, you can afford $1 million house. Wow, that's amazing. That's fantastic. I'm so excited. I didn't know that. Do you want to spend $1 million? Oh gosh, no, I don't want to spend that amount. My budget's, 5,000 lots, 4,000, 300 numbers. It's like, okay, well, let's go back to that number. And let's work from there and figure out how much home you can afford and what you're comfortable with, especially going through the divorce process where you're going to have lots of uncertainty regarding what your post-divorce life, what post-divorce you looks like, and not being able to arm yourself with that information is going to leave you at a disadvantage. And the reason, just kind of really back it up a little bit, the reason I got into working with this group particularly, but in divorce in general, is some phone calls from clients who had gone through the process and now they had a court-ordered 6-month time period in order with which to refinance. And then they call me up and go, hey, I'm refinancing my home, I'm buying out my spouse, and I need to do a cash out. I need to have this much money to give to my spouse. And I'm like, okay, but you're not going to qualify based on who's carrying this house alone. The shock for people on the other end was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that. Or I had a situation arise where somebody came in and had great income, had a great profile, looked like they could afford it, but their credit score was 545. And like, well, how did that happen? Oh, this is a classic, and sorry, Tremaine, but my attorney advised me to stop paying the mortgage on the house during the divorce process. Was I even heard that? Is that about, was I that? Okay. And it's like, I think I kind of like think it's hard if they say that to you. You can't say you can't honor a legal obligation. So I had to work backwards from there. So I said, if I could get involved with clients while they're at the beginning of the divorce process, where I could talk to them and go through what the numbers look like, what they can afford, what they're comfortable with, we can really prevent a lot of this post facto like scrambling, trying to make it happen or put the house in the market for sale because I can't afford to buy it, and kind of inject all kinds of turmoil after the fact. So that's kind of why I got involved in the process, and working with everyone here. It's been fantastic for kind of just seeing the satisfaction on the client end of the equation. And it's not always about getting them a mortgage or getting them the house. Actually, sent me a client who was a gentleman who was on buying out his spouse from the house and wanting his kids to stay in the house, which of course is a common refrain we've heard from your clients. I want to make sure I had the stability of the home, with the kids. And I went through the numbers with him. We did a whole process. And yes, it was going to be a pretty significant financial burden. It was going to be a lot more than I think he was comfortable with. And we just had an honest conversation. I had no vested interest in, the outcome of his divorce or what his position was. It was more just having an honest conversation with the client about where he was in his life and financial consequence. I could see pretty clearly that buying out his spouse was not the right answer. And often I call myself the worst mortgage banker in the business because I talk myself out of business a lot of times. I could easily push it into like, oh yes, we can do this, blah, blah, blah. But it wouldn't have been fair to the client. And keeping that client focused kind of approach, because I have 2 years in my house and I like to sleep at night. So I don't want that to ever be something I could kind of look back and say, oh, I should have done better by somebody. So sometimes the answer is not even having the business, but just helping the client. And that's, I think, everyone at this table, I know, having worked with them all personally, that's their focus. And that really is, I think, why all you here is to basically help people get through a painful process that's out there. And I'm not sure any of us have to go through, but with good information and helping them ultimately is very satisfying aspect of what we do. There was one more thing I was going to say, but it slipped my mind. So I'm going to pass the mic back over. We'll have questions later too that you can ask us, but I'm going to hand it over to Andrew to wrap things up. All right.
Mention though, to help all of you.
Yes.
In your practice is when you know that
it's all about you in your mediation practice. When you know that a buyout might be on the table, before you even have that conversation with your clients have that separate conversation with Chris. Before you even have the conversation about who's going to move out or what we're going to do, have your clients have that separate conversation with Kat so that when they come to you and they're with you, they're prepared. And there's another piece to that, and it comes with what Amber's going to say.
Yeah, and Chris maybe talk later also about alimony and being paid directly to for. So finally, divorce is the largest financial transaction many couples will face. I mean, maybe they bought a home, that's a big financial transaction, but I really look at it that divorce is. It involves everything in their life that has a number on it, right? So they're diving into everyone, and not everyone's a number person, right? They aren't very comfortable with it. So I'm going to highlight some of the areas that a CDFA can get involved with and help your business. So this is my intro, even though I've been speaking this much time. That's fine. So I'm Amber Leach. I am a CFP, and Heidi talked about getting to know divorce professionals and what credentials to look out for. And CFP is probably the gold standard for financial professionals. It has a whole code of ethics. It makes you a fiduciary. So that's something that you want to look for. The next thing I have is a CDFA. A little less prestigious, but it's a certified divorce financial analyst. So you're sort of trained in the financial nuances that come along with divorce. I think the most helpful for me was my mediation training, though. That one, the finances obviously is there, but that really helps with the emotional part and knowing what they're going to expect or anticipate. It's going to come up when you're looking at the finances with them, and you can kind of head them off. So I'm also trained in collaborative law, but I don't do that much with collaborative law. But being a financial neutral, obviously I help in mediation, but I haven't really sat in a collaborative law case. So yeah, I've been a part of NJAPM in a lot of ways. I was on the board. Helping with this conference, and I've been here for a while. I think 10 years with you guys. So most couples in mediation, there's been one spouse that's been the household CFO, right? This household CFO may be the breadwinner or not. They may have handled all the bills and the investments, and maybe the other spouse has been in charge of the kids. Or, dividing and conquering is really common in marriage. Sometimes they have split accounts and they all come equally, but the breadwinner may really be in control of what's going on, and the other spouse has no clue. And you sense it as a mediator when they come into you. You notice that power imbalance when it comes to the finances. And this non-CFO client feels that they're at a disadvantage. They're scared. They don't want to make decisions. They're coming to mediation not prepared. So you can even the playing field by suggesting that they work with the CDFA. Having someone do that hand-holding with them, especially when it comes to the finances, can give them the confidence to move forward in making the decisions and move along your mediation process. It also keeps you impartial and neutral. If you have a client in there that doesn't really understand anything and you're spending so much time with one spouse and not the same amount of time with the other spouse, or you're constantly referring to them and hand-holding it, it can really sometimes taint your impartiality. So bringing in a CDFA to even that playing field when they do come to mediation, I think is important and useful for your practice. The second part that I really get involved with is the gathering of financial information for full financial disclosure that's really required. It can be super overwhelming for people. They don't even know what to bring or what to look like, what it looks like. They need to fill out a CIS. Definitely with the lawyer's case, they're using a CIS. So I know a lot of mediators don't necessarily use the case information statement. You're using your own Excel spreadsheets. And when they see an Excel spreadsheet, they really freak out. Not everybody, but some people do. They don't want to go through the filling out every line budget item for the post-divorce budget. Like, it just is so overwhelming for them. So I do work with a lot of clients, helping them understand their cash flow, helping them create the post-divorce budget, that for the client that's finds it very difficult. You also help them get organized for mediation, and then they come to you and they're able to make decisions and agreements in sort of a productive way. So mediators, I find, are a lot like CPAs. You're taking this most recent snapshot of the couple's marital life, right? You're creating a balance sheet of their assets right now. You're looking at their income and expenses maybe during the marriage. And you look at the snapshot, and that's how you come up with this agreement. Now, I think helping the client understand what the future implications and the financial impact of that agreement is certainly important. I don't know if it necessarily happens in every mediation, but that can be a really value add to them when they understand what this agreement that they just did. Obviously, they're not signing our MOUs, but they'll be signing their marital settlement agreements. And before they sign, they can be comfortable. Well, I know what this agreement's going to mean to me. Understanding their post-divorce financial future, given the settlement, going to give them the confidence to move forward. I think also when we make agreements, I shouldn't say we, when you guys do it, not me, but when some mediators make agreements and they're not sort of forward thinking, 5-10 years down the road, maybe 2 years down the road, your clients found that they're taking on debt, right? And they're gonna blame their divorce, and they're going to blame you. They're going to they're going to blame their divorce for a lot of things that you can't keep yourself neutral for. But I think as a mediator, if you haven't really pointed them in the direction to find this information or to get empowered with the proper information of what their life's going to be like just 2 years down the road. Heidi sort of made fun of me with, not Heidi, Kat sort of made fun of me where, can they afford the house? Well, you can't eat a house, right? And a lot of them will be like, well, I want to keep the house. Well, can they keep the house? They're having conversations with me. They're having conversations with Kat. They're having conversations with Chris, to find out if that is an option. So you don't want them to, blame you when you've left them in a agreement, which is 5 years down the road, they're taking on debt. I've also seen agreements that have come to me with blanket statements in their MOU. So couples agree to split the retirement assets 50-50, and all retirement assets will, be quadro, or the wife keeps the house. And we've already talked about that, so I'm not going to go in the house, but retirement assets 50-50. So this couple shows up with me. They have 8 retirement accounts and pensions, there's a Roth, there's a 401k, there's IRAs. And I look at their marital settlement agreement and it's this blanket statement, and they're like, "What, are we going to have to do 8 different quadros?" And I really, that's where I came in and helped them. There's ways of offsetting retirements. There, you may have to, if it's an ERISA plan or 401k or a pension, you'll definitely need a quadro, but IRAs can be dealt with differently. You can offset a lot of it. Hopefully you guys are looking at offsets, but a lot of you aren't. And that's okay. I just think that you need to bring somebody in. If you're using these blanket statements, I think you can provide a better service to your clients by working with the CDFA to help you understand the nuances and the offsets that come along with all of these, retirement assets. A CDFA also being involved after the divorce can help them make sure that quadros are executed. We don't do the quadros, that's the lawyer and the quadro companies, but we can be persnickety about the timeline and make sure all of it's getting done. Also help them with changing their beneficiaries, making sure life insurance is there to cover the alimony and child support. So we really do the hand-holding post-divorce for your clients. And if they're happier post-divorce, they're going to be like, yeah, I used this mediator that was great. And, refer back to you. Also with agreements I've seen in equitable distributions, they'll look at, you're looking at scenarios of offsetting like the retirement assets against the house. That's trading apples to oranges, right? If you're not talking to your clients about the liquidity issues that are involved in all these assets or the tax implications that are involved in all of the different assets, I think you might be doing a disservice, and you should bring in an expert to talk about this stuff. I'm not going to go into taxes because Carleen is going to be speaking to us later about all of that, but I just want to point it out why it's so important and why we have her speaking about it later. Okay, Heidi talked a lot about creating a divorce team. I'm going to reiterate that a little bit. If you're a solo practitioner, I really feel you need to network and create this divorce team. We all have our strengths and backgrounds. Mine is finance. Obviously, I'm not the most emotional part of the mediation. And if I see something's going on, Heidi's coming in, right? As a divorce parenting planner, Lynn Norsha, I've referred to her for a parenting coordinator. So all of us have our strengths in here. So you should get to know the people in this room. Like, who's parenting coordinator? Raise your hand. Who's a CDFA? I met a new CDFA, raise your hand. There's other people have strengths. You need to get to know these people to bring them into your divorce when you start seeing these red flags or these highlight things. I think managing your expectations post-divorce is key as well. When they've used the blanket statements in the past, they've kind of left their clients to not really understand what's going to happen after they've signed this agreement. And they've been very, sort of unhappy with it. You want to explicitly lay out how this execution, how the house is going to be it. What happens when they sell the house 5 years down the road? What's that really going to look like? How are they going to split the retirement assets? So the divorce process will go much smoother. The execution of the agreement will be explicitly laid out, and they're going to expect it. They're going to be happier clients, and they're going to refer back to you. Ultimately, it's your client's decision whether they want to use an expert or not. I mean, how many people come to mediation? I want to save money. Well, you need to talk to Chris. Is it gonna cost me anything? No, Chris, he's free. Yeah, no.
Hardworking volunteers until there's a close.
Right, and Pat too. No charge. Go get the information that you need. You only get one shot at this divorce, right? You need to tell your clients equitable distribution is final, right? Unless there's fraud or whatever, but it's really final. Alimony, child support can be negotiated, but you only get one shot at this. So why not get informed? Penny wise, pound foolish, that whole bit. But Chris is free. Cat's free. I charge per hour. Carleen charges per hour.
Good dog.
Right.
Your clients are going to spend less overall if you build the team now. Because if you build the team after the fact, right, then what happens is the CDFA is going to say, hey, wait a minute, you actually can't move these assets the way you think. And the lawyer is going to say, hey, wait a minute, you're signing up on you want to sign up on this MOU? This is not going to be good for you. And then you're dealing with a whole other host of things. But if you can build your team alongside you and reach into your pockets for each one of us, reach out to your mental health professional. Help your clients learn how to make a decision in a session with you. You're going to be more successful for your clients, and it's going to cost them less in the long run.
And I'll also say, you know, when you've directed them to, and you can't bring a horse to water, right? Like, so if you say, listen, go talk to Tony, he's a business valuator, right? You need your business valued, and they don't end up doing it. You can make note of that in your MOU. You can make note of that in your transmittal letter. You really want to do that to protect yourself, and keep you and your business insulated from complaints and ethic complaints and stuff, that you were thorough and you crossed every T and dotted every I and brought them to the right person. If they don't do that, I understand, you know, it can happen a lot, but don't let it be the onus be on you. So if you haven't started your professional network, definitely go out there and start one, talk to any one of us. We have about 5 minutes before questions. I don't know if you guys want to talk about when they've gone sideways.
You know, we always think of the things we wish we had said. So I'll just say one thing. Of course, in the news, there's a lot of discussion about the value of real estate agents, especially those of us who are part of NAR, the National Association of Realtors. What I want to really sit down for you all is that we also we must adhere to a set of ethics. And that ethics includes discrimination and issues of fair housing. Agents who are not part of NAR actually don't have to do that. People who sell their homes themselves don't have to abide by it. I mean, they do, but they might not, right? There's no guarantee. So if you even smell the idea that your client could potentially be discriminated against, which is what? Almost everybody has that potential, right? And in New Jersey, we have so many protected classes. It's really valuable to have somebody who is ethically bound to make sure that does not happen. Chris as well, right?
No, absolutely. Yeah. And just one thing that Amber had referred to that I usually like to make clear. Everyone assumes that when you're receiving alimony, you can count that toward qualifying as income for, you know, having a mortgage on a property. The answer to that is yes, but they have to receive it for 6 months before we can count it. So sometimes people will say, oh, come in, they've been receiving alimony for 2 months. Well, can't count it until you've been getting it for 4 more months. So in terms of putting the timelines on there and understanding what income qualifies, child support and alimony obviously both qualify, but again, they both need to be received for 6 months before I can include them in their income calculation. So that's an important piece of information to know in terms of planning the timeline for when all this stuff gets executed. So, but thank you for reminding me of that.
Hopefully this is working for Zoom now.
All right. Who's up?
All right.
Thanks. This question is for Heidi. What does a joint session with a mediator and a coach look like? And then what's the pitch for us to tell our clients to get them to spend the money on a coach?
Yeah, she said something about. Yeah.
We have to use the mic to answer any question because they can't hear. Second mic. I ate Carl.
Okay, so thank you. Good question. First of all, what does it look like? It depends on the clients. It depends on the issue. It depends on the relationship with the mediator and the coach. I know that's not a direct answer, but when Amber and I did this recently on a case, she had the clients in her office and I was on virtually via Zoom. I saw them for 2 sessions via Zoom together. And then there were some emails back and forth. Amber and I spoke once or twice on the phone about sessions that she had with them. So it's really a collaborative effort and the clients are involved in that. They're always, email correspondence and things. They're always both on those emails. There's no splitting, triangulation, anything like that. We're working as one team. And then how do you get them to come to see me or to see a divorce coach? As Amber said, you can't make them do it. You explain to them what the benefit is going to be. And that's really going to vary depending on the case. I'll give you one or two examples. If you have a woman who has been stay-at-home mom, never handled the finances, the spouse has cheated, and that's why they're getting a divorce. She's even not really reckoned with the divorce yet, despite the hurt from the infidelity. She needs to come see me before you guys sit down and really start negotiating, because I need to work with her to build up her sense of self. I need to teach her some negotiation skills, you know, how to bring her best self to the table in the mediation process that you're going to facilitate, and you have to do in a very neutral, unbiased way. But she needs help and support.
Different from me mediating with.
Okay, so the question was, I mentioned that I do it with the couple as well, and how would that be different from mediating with them? So again, I'm referencing one of the most recent ones with Amber's couple. I met with the couple because what I was doing with and for them as the divorce coach was helping them figure out and navigate their custody plan, their parenting plan, et cetera.
Between you and Amber?
I had mine, she had hers, and we had collective between them. Oh, I'm sorry. I think the question was about confidentiality, a joint confidentiality. And the answer was yes. Obviously, each of us insulated ourselves in our direct relationship, which the clients were paying us for the services. And there was a collective that, you know, in terms of confidentiality, they signed and agreed that we were working together.
That we wrote up together. We each had our own.
But to the other question that you had about if you're mediating and you're mediating a parenting plan, how is it that bringing in a mental health professional can be fruitful for you during the mediation process? Because we often recognize that people will need to leave to go to either a parent coordinator or to co-parenting therapy to be successful in continuing and giving life to the agreement you create in mediation. But I guess your question relates to, well, how do I do that immediately in mediation with someone like Heidi?
I mediate high conflict custody issues. So, and you know, I'm not saying that I have all the skills that you have, but I
think you're pretty close.
And sending one client, but if I'm sending both clients to you, I feel like you're just going to do what I'm going to do. I can do anyway.
So to repeat for those that couldn't hear, essentially, and correct me if I'm not saying this exactly right, but in more high conflict cases where the mediator is working on the custody plan and things like that, would it make sense to send both the couple, both individuals in the couple to me? Probably not. Again, it's not a one size fits all. It really depends on the case, the people, and the issues at hand. So in that case, if that's a very, very high conflict parenting dispute, and you feel that one of those parents might benefit from working with me in terms of getting a better grasp on reality of what's coming and how to deal with that, or getting a better grasp on how to talk to the kids about what's happening, or recorrect some of the things that may have already been spoken to the kids about. Those are situations where, yes, then the one individual would make absolute sense.
There'll be many.
You can just reiterate.
Yeah, I'll repeat it.
Cases where the people had a great low interest rate, and basically if one of them refinances and tries to buy the other one out, they're, with the interest rate changes, they're going to be paying as much, more than they are now, and then the other person can't afford to move out. But there are times that banks will consume the mortgage. Could you address what's the system there?
So the question is, in the case where the possibility for assumption of a mortgage, where the house has been financed under a very low interest rate, it was probably refinanced in the 2 years plus ago, before rates started going up. And now they're faced with much significantly in sometimes cases, multiples of the interest rate that they have on the existing home. This is a situation I deal with all the time, and it's one that has become outsized. It's almost like low interest rate loans are a huge badge of honor among it's got a like sub 3.5% mortgage. And I've spoken to divorced clients or clients in the process of getting divorced, but they're like, we can't under no circumstances can we let our of our 3.25% mortgage, like we're never going to see that again, which they probably won't. So the answer is this: there's a couple of things in there. The first is the assumability of a mortgage. Generally, the only really mortgages I'm seeing that are possibly being assumed are FHA loans, because the FHA has that as a basic feature or aspect of a mortgage that's given under the FHA, which is the Federal Housing Administration. In that case, the lender still has to agree that the mortgage is able to be assumed by the other party. So they still have to go through a process in order for that to take place. Most of your conventional loans, the note itself is sold to Fannie or Freddie, Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac, and they're being serviced by another party. The likelihood of getting a conventional loan assumed, it's like a white whale. Like you might, someone will tell you they heard of somebody doing it, but no one's going to be able to tell you who that person was, because the likelihood is it's just almost like an urban legend right now where people can say that because it just doesn't happen. Lenders are not going to want to keep you in the 3%, 3.5% mortgage if they have the option to say, sorry, Charlie, you're going into an 8% mortgage, which is pretty much where we are right now. So it's a challenge. It stinks. I'll be the first person to say that. And that being said, it's reality. Like the financial reality of then versus now, it is what it is. The house is probably also worth a lot more now than it was then. So the financial condition has definitely changed in that regard. Hopefully that answers your question. But, yeah, there's no secret.
Thank you so much to our family panel. And the code for everyone is 2469. This is our third code, 2469. Everyone's going to reconvene in this room, and we will get started in just a couple of minutes, 2:00. Let me find the code.
Okay.
All right. All right, raffle. Bruce. Matez. Megan Bradley. Jenny Puchta. Or Puchta. I'm so sorry if I'm ruining your name. Jenny? Glenn Milgram. Lawrence D. I can. Sorry. Susan English. All right.
It's rigged.
Yeah, it feels like it is. Okay. Gabrielle Strick. Kathy Millette. Let's make sure we got the count right. Felicia. And the last but not least, Anthony Prinzo. All right, thank you, everyone. And the code.
Check.
Code for the last session was 2469. 2469. I know people in the civil mediation group did not receive it. So it's also in the chat. I'll say it one more time. 2469.
Okay.
Okay, hi everyone. We're going to get started with our ethics panel.
Until it's ready.
If everybody's ready. Like I said, we're not doing massive introductions, and Judge Jones has a lot of folks on his panel, so he's going to manage those introductions. Retired Judge Lawrence Jones needs no introduction to this group. He is an icon for NJAPM. He is our cultural competency guru, if you will. And so, Judge Jones, I'm going to just hand it right over to you to get started.
Thank you much.
Thank you much.
I'm getting a little feedback here. Good afternoon to all. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear? Is my volume up? I don't know. Hello? Can anybody hear me? It's like from outer space.
You're fine.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
And do we have, I know we had two guest speakers, Adair and Sarah, are they also on at this particular point? Hello?
I'm going to be with the scenes. If you want to just get started and let me send some texts and make sure
I
they're
see
on.
there's a note here. It says from Sarah, and she says we are here, but they were not made co-hosts or panelists. So I think that's the issue there.
Yeah, I'll take care of that if you want to get started.
Sure, appreciate that. Okay. Well, good afternoon to everyone, to all attendees. I'm Larry Jones. I've been the chair for the past 3 years of the NJAPM Committee on Cultural Competency. It's been a pleasure serving in that capacity. And the NJAPM Cultural Competency Committee, most of whom are going to be speaking today. You're going to hear a little bit from everybody. We have Sarah and Adair here. Great. Just so for those who are not familiar, we've done an awful lot of work over the past 3 years, some great outreach work. Back in 2021, a 2-part state conference on cultural competency, a mediation symposium at Rutgers Law School in 2022, a training as invited trainees or trainers before the Maryland Judiciary Court of Special Appeals, ADR unit in 2022. We participated and helped co-found the National Cultural Competency Forum 2022 and again in 2023. And most recently, an extensive collaboration with Kean University developing a 3-part series educating school administrators, teachers, and related professionals to explore bringing mediation and cultural competency and restorative justice to public school districts for school disputes. And we have two of our guest speakers today are from the Kean University program, Dr. Adara Goldberg and Sarah Kendall. I hope I pronounced the last name correctly. Sarah, was I close enough? All right. And it's been a pleasure working with all of these different organizations. We've also, our committee has, in conjunction with the board of directors of NJAPM, put together a diversity and inclusion grant program. We granted 7 educational grants in 2021, 7 in 2022, and already 6 so far in 2023, with a couple more pending, and plus available apprenticeship grants for those who are interested in furthering their education. We have a fantastic panel today. I'm going to ask each of the panelists to kind of introduce themselves so we can try to get everything in as quickly as possible. Bios on all of our panelists are contained in your download materials. I just want to indicate very briefly, one of the members of our committee, Dr. Tamika Pollins, recently passed away suddenly and unexpectedly. And Tamika was fantastic on our committee. She was very instrumental in the relationship we have with Kean University at this particular point. And there's no doubt in my mind she would have risen to a leadership capacity in NJAPM very, very quickly. She was halfway there as it was, and she was only with us on their committee for about a year or so. But we miss her greatly, and we pay tribute to her through this process. I would like to turn the mic over to Adara and Sarah from Kean University so they could briefly introduce themselves and tell our membership about the work which they've been doing, both with NJAPM and otherwise. Dr. Goldberg, would you wish to start? Adara?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Adara Goldberg. I am the director of the Holocaust Resource Center and Diversity Council on Global Education and Citizenship at Kean University. We are located in Union, New Jersey. I'm really close to the airport for those of you who are not familiar with the area. Our center does a tremendous amount of work both on and off campus. That I'm actually going to hand over momentarily for my colleague, Sarah Kuykendall, to provide a summary of our work and the working relationship with NJAPM.
Thank you, Adara. Sarah?
Thank you. And thank you for the invitation to speak today. It's truly an honor. So at the Diversity Council, we are a consortium of more than 130 school districts and community organizations who are dedicated to diversity, equity, and social justice. And how we do this is we have various programs throughout the academic year. For educators, staff, and administrators, we have what are called General Assembly meetings, and these touch on various topics that change each year. For students, we have leadership conferences. These are open to individuals grades 3 through 12, and they allow them an opportunity to speak with kids they've never met before. We're having our first in-person conference later this month since the pandemic, and we're anticipating more than 800 students to come from 35 school districts. And they're not going to work with the ones that they came with. They're going to sit with students from all over New Jersey, getting to talk about the work that's being done at their schools, the work that they would like to see done, and how they can implement these changes. We also go into school districts or community organizations to give individualized professional development opportunities, such as anti-racism, LGBTQ+ and disability history, how to have challenging conversations, and more. And through the Diversity Council, we work with like-minded institutions such as NJAPM to hold sessions for the members of the Diversity Council. So in February, we did a program for administrators. That was our first of the 3-part series, and it was very successful. Thanks to the panelists here for each of their contributions. We had more than 150 administrators from across the state, which if you know administrators and their schedules, that's a difficult feat. So it was quite a wonderful experience, and we are now accepting registrations for November 14th. That's going to be the second part of this series in which we will invite staff members, teachers, and school counselors to join us for the second session. And then in the spring, we will host the third. So this has been such a wonderful collaboration. We are so thankful for it. And we appreciate you taking the time to listen about the work that we do. Adara, I'm going to turn it back to you.
Thanks, Sarah. You could do a much better job of that than I ever could. We want to take a moment from the Diversity Council to just share a little bit about Dr. Tamika Pollins. So we had worked with Dr. Pollins for almost 5 years. From the time Sarah and I first began working at Kean University, we were introduced to this administrative leader in Hoboken at the time. And we were curious as to who this woman was, what she wanted to do with us. And from the moment we first connected with her, she's like, I want to do good things and I want to make a difference and I want to work together. And from that time until last month, Tamika was a dedicated partner, colleague, friend, and advocate. She was trained and had worked as a supervisor, as a principal, as an administrator, as a consultant, as a trainer. But the thing that I will remember most, and I imagine that members of the committee will as well, is the energy, enthusiasm, and commitment she brought to everything she did. We had her work with our center last summer on our Human Rights in Action summer program. And this is, sort of a summer camp for teenagers who are interested in social justice topics. And we had to come up with the name of one educator in our ecosystem that we thought could inspire them. And it was Tamika. And she came in and blew these kids away. They left better human beings, stronger advocates and allies. On a personal level, Tamika had the best laugh you will ever hear that just filled a room. And I think the mark that she's left on us is one that will not be erased. I wouldn't say even anytime soon, but ever. I was fortunate to be able to attend the service last weekend and to listen to members of her family and community just speak about the type of human being Tamika was. And I just wanted to share all of this, that we are hoping to do something in the near future to honor Dr. Pollins and the work that she did as an advocate and an educator. And we will be sure to let the team know when this happens so that you can participate as well. And again, thank you for giving us a few moments today to share our work and to remember our friend.
Thank you, Adara and Sarah. And Adara, your words are perfect. That was everyone's view of Dr. Pollins, of Tamika. It was really a blast working with her. It really, really was. And we miss her greatly. And our condolences to her family. And Adara and Sarah, I know that you have other places you need to be, but thank you again for appearing at our conference. And we'll see you at the November 14th, obviously,
Absolutely.
Symposium. Okay.
Thank you for including us today. And
Very
anyone
welcome.
who wants to reach
And
out for more
likewise.
information, our information is in the chat. Thank you. Take good care.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Okay. So we're going to move ahead, and our first speaker on the panel from our committee is Anju Jasani, who all of you know, and she's going to be speaking about ADR and cultural competency and new mediator training in particular. Anju?
Thank you. And Larry, I think you owe me $1 because you went over the 2-minute intro.
Not by much,
So I was president of NJAPM from 2005 to 2007. It's been a long time, and I've been a member of NJAPM since 1997. And I took over from Carl Cangelosi in leading the NJAPM 40-hour training. And in this go around in the fall of 2023, we've added one DEI credit that we're giving on day 2. I do a small portion of that training and Judge Jones does most of it. So the question is, why is this even important to the organization? And the first is, we really are a diverse state, so we need a diverse cadre of mediators to serve that community. It's not that, hey, I'm going to get every Indian client who's getting divorced. But if the Indian community sees there's some Indian mediators, they're more likely to think, oh, that is for me. So we need to do that. And as we work with each other, we also learn each other's cultures. The second is we do need to be culturally sensitive and not assuming our clients have the same values or mores as me. So, I'm not going to schedule a meeting with clients who observe the Sabbath on a Friday evening. There are some cultures where a man doesn't want to touch or shake hands with a woman. You need to know these things because otherwise you're going to be putting your foot in your mouth. I still do it. So, we just try to be a little bit aware. And then as we're working through this, we need to learn about our own implicit biases so that we can be very, very conscious as we're going through a mediation to address those and to really provide the appearance of being unbiased. Because, when mediations fail, clients will say, but she really favored my husband because he went to the same school or they're the same culture or because I'm not in the workforce and he is. So we need to gain consciousness so we can do these mediations in an unbiased way. So what are we doing in our training? The first is that we developed DEI scholarships. This is $500 scholarship towards the total cost in the case of divorce, $1,545 fee for the training. And this last time around, we gave out 4 scholarships, and we've been doing this since the spring of 2002. We always presented on parenting biases. For instance, we'll ask the class, real men don't receive alimony. Do you agree or disagree? Now, most people, when they're doing this politically correctly, will say, oh, no, of course not. But we're now doing this on Zoom where they get to vote. And people are more truthful when it's anonymous, right? Fathers generally want more overnights, so they get to pay lower child support. 18% of our class thought that was true. So that's their view. And then we've added this 1 credit to the 2.4 ethics credits we have with this DEI training that we're doing. And we did this for the first time. We definitely have some kinks. We haven't gotten the feedback from our attendees yet, but we look forward to that. They're the guinea pigs. So it's really exciting to be involved with this. And I'm also going to say this, that our training is great because we have people from all different professional backgrounds. If you were in a class with 23 attorneys and you were the only, quote, non-attorney, you're going to feel uncomfortable. What we tell people is no matter what your background, there's going to be someone who's similar to you. And we really pride ourselves on that. I think we need to work on getting more younger people in our class because just like as we look around the room, there is a lot of gray hair or no hair in some situations.
Or both.
Right. And finally, Tamika was just amazing. She had taken both the civil training and the divorce training. And I can just say she was just a force of nature. And that's something we need to teach our children. She had a commitment to DEI, to education, and to women's leadership. And so, it will be great to honor her memory as we move along. And I think I took the exact amount of time allocated.
Thank you. Thank you, Anju. You're not getting that dollar, by the way. That's not happening. Yeah. In terms of our next speaker is Marv Schildinger, who teaches the civil mediation course, and he's going to be speaking on foundations of cultural competency. And I believe, Marv, you have a short PowerPoint as well, correct?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure that's going to be loaded up here, but and given the limited amount of time, I'm just going to talk to my slides. You all can find them in the materials that have been handed out with the course. So what I'm going to talk about for the next 8 minutes is not just what NJAPM is doing, but why is this important to all of you, right? So how does this impact you as practicing mediators, and why is it important? The reality, particularly for civil mediators, is that any type of case can come walking in through your door, right? And that could be a discrimination or an EEOC type of case, an international type of case involving geopolitics or business disputes, intercultural or community cases, religious or intracultural disputes. Also, family cases can present all types of diversity. So these are the things that you deal with every day. So why do you need cultural expertise to be able to resolve your cases? Well, those of you who taken my course know that one of the things that you need to quickly do is build rapport with the parties. It's hard to do if you don't understand their culture and where they're coming from. So you need to understand that culture. You also need to identify with that culture. And you may find yourself having to educate the other side about why this other person's doing something the way they're doing, or why they're behaving the way they're behaving. because maybe they have a different set of cultural norms that you're not used to. Remember, what we do in mediation is we try to find solutions that satisfy the interests of the parties that you have in front of you. And you need to be persuasive in doing that. And I don't know if you can be persuasive if you don't understand the cultures where these where your litigants or your parties are coming from. But we also have to deal with other types of diversity, whether it's sex or sexual orientation, gender identity, age, disability, appearance, or religion. These are all things that are going to be in your mediations. You're also going to probably at some point or another deal with parties who have very different beliefs or creeds than you yourself have. And you're going to need to figure out what are you going to do when a party has values that are maybe opposite to yours right now. I mean, look at society right today, whether it's politically or what's going on in the Middle East. There are a lot of very differing opinions out there. You may end up with some of this in your mediations. All of you, I'm sure, know the standards of conduct for NJAPM and some of the other ones that are promulgated out there. One of the standards out there that deals with impartiality does talk about that a mediator should not act with partiality or prejudice based on any participant's personal characteristics, background, values, and beliefs, or performance at a mediation, or any other reason. That comes out of our own standards of conduct that if you're a member of NJAPM, you are obligated to follow. And the court one is similar if you're on one of the court rosters. So these are things that you need to be aware of. What's really interesting is we had done a presentation earlier this year to some judges in Maryland. And when I prepared for that one, I went and found they have a different set of standards of conduct for mediators. And their equivalent blurb is quite different. Theirs reads, a mediator shall not favor or disfavor any participant for any reason, such as the participant's race, age, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, appearance, personal characteristics, background, values, beliefs, or actions or behavior during or outside the mediation process. So I'm wondering, maybe NJAPM needs to take a look at our own standards of conduct, and maybe it needs to be updated. So what do you need to do as a mediator in the modern world here? First off, you need to be self-aware. You need to do constant checks about whether you're being impartial or not. You should be checking in with your clients. Look at their body language, right? Ask them about their comfort level if you're talking about some of these issues and they're feeling or looking uncomfortable. You know, we're the people that have those difficult conversations. Be honest and open with your clients. But really, it's up to you as to how you want to operate as a mediator, and how you want to be seen not only by your clients, but the communities that you operate within, whether that's the legal community or otherwise. So it's really up to you how you want to be perceived and how you want to operate.
Thank you, Mark. Our next speaker is Joni Jones, and she's going to be speaking on cultural competency and restorative justice. Joni.
Hi. So as we know, when an undesirable event happens, it's common to have the emotional rage, the hurt, the confusion, and other instabilities, and that can block settlements. When people are in that high emotional responses to things that are negative, it actually puts us into the side of the brain that is very emotional. And when we're in that side of the brain, it's very impulsive, it's very reactionary, there's a decreased ability to listen, they're running off of the what ifs and perseverating on it. And there's not much logical decision-making that can be taking place in that side of the brain. So what we want to do when we see that is cross them over the bridge over to the side of the brain where it's not impulsive, it's not reactionary, they can listen, they have the ability to make decision-makings that are logical. So I say that because I'm going to talk a little bit about restorative justice and the distinction between mediation and restorative justice options. Now, when we go into restorative justice, it must be voluntary on both sides. So it's not something that can be enforced as a court order. And it's not limited to the problem solving, but it's addressing the underlying feelings and the emotions. It's not limited to the parties themselves either. So they can involve community stakeholders. There could be family, friends, advocates, life coaches, so they can have the support around them. Now, with restorative justice, it provides an opportunity for a more comfortable environment compared to the court. So you can have food, you can have drinks, you can have aromatherapy, you could have whatever support systems you need, set it up in like a homey type environment, because that will decrease that fearful response that might happen if they're walking into a courtroom setting. So the focus here is not on if a bad or a good person focus. It really peels away the onion to get to the behaviors and the feelings and find out what the real interests are. So maladaptive behaviors, which are undesirable or negative behaviors, are a form of communication. And this gives us an opportunity for such change when we start to see and unpeel everything. So the other good thing is there can be several confidential pre-meetings to see if the person who may have hurt another person will take responsibility for their actions, and they can admit it in a safe space. It also gives an opportunity to see if the parties are really a candidate for restorative justice. So I'm going to give an example. Let's say somebody had a piece of jewelry. It was really emotional to them because the person who gave it to them is no longer alive. It's an heirloom and it's priceless. So they feel this void. And when you try to talk negotiations right off the bat, you're like listening to the emotional side where they're saying, you can't help us. You can't put any price on this. This was priceless. So how are you going to do this? Well, the person who took the jewelry now has an opportunity to offer an apology, because many times that's very important to somebody, and also multiple regrets. And but in all that, they disclose that there was an underlying addiction challenge. So the affected person, once they hear that, they no longer feel that this was like a personal attack on them, and they could think that, it was related to the drug addiction. So it kind of like takes it down a little notch. And remember, this whole negotiation process, wherever you are, it's between the parties. And this is what I like about what Anju focuses on is, it's our own biases that can get in the way. And so we have to be like Marv said, you have to be very mindful to your own biases. So now the person who was hurt feels a little bit more settled, and they can move more towards that logical side of the brain. And, they're saying to themselves, maybe, because we don't know how these things take us, is that they're feeling for the person who has the addiction challenge. And, the memory of the item shifts into a different space. It's a more humanized, element. So now they can move on from that priceless, where they weren't budging, to compensation negotiations. And through the restorative justice, we can bring empowerment to the party to now, have more of that emotional control. So that empowerment to the affected party also being involved in taking control decreases the risk of those post-settlement second thoughts or even regrets. So it's important to accept, what their terms, might be, even if it doesn't make sense to us. It needs to make sense to the parties. One of the big questions that we often hear is, why me? When somebody feels like they have been victimized, it's like, why me? What did I do? And everybody comes with their own history, and we may not know those histories. So they can be internalizing and focusing on that personal attack, or it can also trigger post traumas. And this can promote more of a mental health breakdown than the act that occurred in itself. So the affected party might want to be heard, and restorative justice gives that opportunity. They may just want to say, it's not okay. Or they just want to understand the why me. And here in the example that I gave, oh, this person has a drug addiction, and they needed the money. So it wasn't personally to them. So it gives an opportunity to explore, to understand, and move from that what if and take back the control. So the interesting thing is that part of the negotiations, the settlement, can be skill building. So offering the support to the wrongdoer, because let's look at two quick examples. When you have maybe older children of divorce, and they may not be settled of it, and they may be acting out because of it. So that can bring some skill building once that's identified. And those with developmental disabilities like Asperger's syndrome, we see so many criminal, things go against them, and they're sitting in jail. And there's a lack of the competency and the sensitivity, but restorative justice allows to come up with some negotiations that are agreed upon that keep them out of the jail setting.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Felicia Farber, attorney, mediator, and author, novelist. And she's going to be speaking about cyberbullying and harassment cases. Felicia?
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Felicia Farber. So my subject is cyberbullying, harassment, and social media and how they pertain to adolescents and adults. Cyberbullying is the electronic cousin of bullying. It's bullying that's moved from in-person to online in the way of intimidation, threats, rumors, hurtful comments, pictures, videos, the creation of mean websites, impersonation. All of that has become rampant right now. So in our diversity and inclusion committee's last joint session with our presentation with Kean University, I spoke about how teens and tweens and adults of all ages are conducting cyberbullying through social media, text, instant messaging, email, photo sharing sites, websites, gaming sites, and all different digital forums. But by far, out of all of those, it's social media platforms that are being used the most by teenagers and adults as vehicles for cyberbullying. It's become so prevalent that I'm going to share with you some statistics that you'll see are really alarming to give you an idea of how big this problem is. All right, according to the Pew Research Center, 59%, that's like 6 out of 10 US teens have been bullied or harassed online. They've experienced abusive behavior in the form of name calling, having false rumors spread about them, or receiving physical threats. And they all say that this is a big problem for people their age. 87% of teens have observed cyberbullying. 2/3 say they sometimes or often come across racist, sexist, homophobic, or religious-based posts in social media. And Marv alluded to what's going on in the Middle East. And in the last 3 weeks, the Anti-Defamation League has said that anti-Semitic cyberbullying and physical acts have gone up about 400%. So 38% of adolescents who use social media say that cyberbullying is an everyday occurrence, and they observe trolls on social media all the time. Instagram and Snapchat are have the highest numbers of cyberbullying. Certain groups are the most vulnerable to cyberbullying. Studies have found that girls are more likely than boys to be both the perpetrators and the victims of cyberbullying. Multiracial females have the highest risk of being victimized by bullies. And a recent study by the Cyberbullying Research Center revealed that 210 out of 1,000 victims of bullying are high school girls with different skin colors. That's 20%. Individuals who identify as LGBTQ+ are also more likely to experience cyberbullying. About half of them have reported they've experienced some form of online harassment, and almost 60% say they've been the victim of hate speech at least once. On Facebook in particular, LGBTQ teens have a 5 times higher risk of being abused. There's also an increased risk of people with special needs becoming victims of cyberbullying. Children with disabilities have, let's say, 75% with physical defects have been bullied, and 52% with learning problems are cyberbullied. Among gamers, it's also very high. 64% of gamers have experienced cyberbullying. 57% are the targets of hate speech, 47% receive personal threats, and 38% have had their accounts hacked into. Interestingly, gamers are far more likely to be the victims of bullying in school as well as online. Another common way that teens and tweens and also some adults cyberbully is through sexting. Sexting is sending or receiving sexually explicit images, photos, videos, even text and emails over cell phones, computers, and digital devices. So there's a practice called sextortion, which you may or may not have heard of, and that's where someone gets a hold of a sexual image, usually a picture, usually a female, and they say, if you don't give me more photos or perform sexual favors or give me money, I'm going to send this out to your friends, your family, your bosses, your teachers, your coaches, pretty much everybody. And that problem has started in middle school. Revenge porn is also really popular. That's essentially non-consensual pornography. So it's sending a nude photo or video of somebody without their consent. And sadly, it's typically done by the intimate partner. Now, women are 1.7 times more likely to be the target of non-consensual pornography, having been threatened with it or having it done to them than men. And there's a famous case that's happened pretty recently to Congresswoman Katie Hill. If you recall, she was in office less than a year when nude photos of her were printed by a British tabloid and disseminated around the world. And they obviously were done without her consent. She blamed her ex-husband. He denied it. Anyway, she was so traumatized that she ended up resigning as a congresswoman her freshman year. And she fought to try and make revenge porn against the law federally, but she failed. And so there still is no federal revenge porn law to this day. Sexting is also a big problem for teens and tweens because most people don't realize this, but when sex are done by minors, pictures are taken or shared, they violate child pornography laws. So statistics have shown that over half of teens have sent nude or semi-nude photos of themselves, and 2/3 have received them. All of that behavior constitutes child pornography. It's the possession, distribution, and creation of child porn. So sexting has become normative adolescent behavior, but now these children are being charged as felons under adult child pornography laws. And this has become such a huge problem that I wrote a book about it. It's called Ice Queen, and it's a contemporary young adult novel about dating in the digital age. If you're interested, I've included a chapter in the materials. In this chapter, my protagonist, my main character is first learning that she's been cyberbullied on social media. And the entire storyline is a fictionalized version of what's been happening to cyberbullying victims in real life. So what what is the recourse of, this is something you all need to know as mediators, what is the recourse for victims of cyberbullying? Besides criminal actions for harassment, stalking, terroristic threats, these victims are now bringing civil cases in state and federal courts. So as a mediator, I've been seeing a steady stream of these types of cases for victims of school-related cyberbullying, work-related cyberbullying, and sometimes even random cyberbullying. So if you haven't yet, you might start to see that coming up in your practices. Victims are seeking civil damages for defamation and emotional distress and for the physical manifestations of these problems. And now that artificial intelligence is becoming more and more sophisticated, I think that we're going to see a lot more cyberbullying using this advanced technology, and people are going to find that they're the victims of identity theft and impersonation, invasion of privacy, and deep fakes, which is my next book.
Thank you, Felicia. Okay, and finally, we have Dr. Ken Newman, who's going to give an overview as to why the work in cultural competency is relevant not only to present mediators, but future mediators for the benefit of our field. Dr. Newman? You're on mute. You're still on mute.
I want to first say it's been a pleasure working with this whole committee. It's been very enriching, and I've enjoyed every minute of it and look forward to our next projects. And what is cultural competency when we talk about it, and why is it important? And it's really being aware of your own cultural beliefs and values and how they may be different from other cultures. And to pick up on what Anju said earlier, we really need to be aware of our biases, our prejudices, implicit bias. We need to do much more of this work in our training, and we all need to self-reflect on that. And we need to check with other people when we're going to be working with people outside of our immediate comfort area as it is. Because when you see people who are very much like you, you have a certain comfort level with it. I think it should be notable in researching for this that the Census Bureau forecasts that by 2043, whites will be a minority in this country. 2043 is 20 years from now. Many of us will still be working at that time and working with couples. And of course, this has become a huge political issue, and people are aware of this, and it's restructuring our country to some extent. Let's be aware of it. And years ago, I noticed which mediators were successful. I've trained over 1,000 mediators, certainly, or more. I've noticed which mediators were successful and which mediators were not. And the ones that were successful were the ones where people felt they were not biased. They were not taking sides. That's the most important piece almost. Yes, you have to know all of the subject matter to be a successful mediator, but you really need to, there are tests that measure your implicit bias, and we should make sure we all take one, and maybe we can send that out to the listserv. I will do that. And it's fascinating when you take such a test yourself. And we really need to be aware of how our values really aren't everyone else's values. We may think they are. I was working with a family, and to my surprise, they were getting divorced, and their cultural value was that the oldest daughter would go live with the father's mother. I of course, hadn't heard about this before, but I did hear about it then, and I learned about it, and I've seen other things like that. And we really need to do more of this in our training and take it seriously. We need to do active listening, demonstrating empathy, and effective engagement. Now, I can't give a whole course on that in the 3 remaining minutes, but write that down, and I will try to send materials for us all to look at. The demographic shifts in this country are happening at an incredible rate, and I see it in my own practice all the time. I've learned so much in these last 5 years in particular in working with so many couples. The other name that we use for cultural competency is intercultural competency. You may occasionally see the term intercultural competency. It means exactly the same thing. So you need to be aware of that. Uh, we need to display empathy and compassion. We really need to have clients, and in fact, when I have worked with clients from a different culture and it's gone well, and I've worked very hard in doing that, uh, I've gotten other referrals of people from that cultural group. We really need to do more of this, panel, and we're very determined to do more of this. And this one workshop is a springboard for all that we have to do. Be aware of your biases. Maybe now, right now, list all of the cultural biases that you have. Write them down. Write down what your cultural biases are. I wish we had an interactive workshop, and I wish I had more than the 2 minutes left here. I'm watching the clock carefully. Write them down. I'm really curious. Channel as well, and I will do the same. Write down. You got to know what your cultural biases are. Make a list, and anytime you think of something, add to that list. Keep it in front of you. Write it maybe on the back of your hand. I don't know, but be aware of this. We're only going to be successful as mediators when we can work with a diverse population. Remember that by 2043, more than half the country will not be the white population that we have now. And people are panicking about this, and they're doing all kinds of things. But be aware of that. We also need to do much more in terms of our own membership, and NJAPM really has taken the lead in this. But there's more we can do. There's always more we can do, obviously. Let's be clear about that. Well, I have 1 minute left, and I wish I could take a question. I want to, again, it's been so enriching to work with this panel. I've learned so much about bullying. We did a presentation on bullying. I mean, that's a whole area. There's so much more we can do. And it's been a pleasure working again with everyone, and look forward to sending people materials. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Ken. Thank you to all the panelists. And just in follow up to Ken's comments there, anyone who wants to take their own implicit bias test, you can go online and look up the Harvard implicit bias test and test yourself in your own privacy, your own confidence, and it might be self-enlightening. And I know Andrew has presented on that test on a couple of our panels, and it's always educational, self-educational for people to do that. I want to thank NJAPM for giving us this opportunity to present at this panel, and also thank our friends at Kean University who spoke earlier, and everybody enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thanks so much. We're going to have our last bathroom break for the day. I will give you the code. You can then move into the breakout room of your choice. This will be family in here, and civil will be in the other room. From there, you can leave for the day. We will not reconvene again. So the last code in this room is 3291 for now. And then there's one more code before you're dismissed for the day. 3291. We will reconvene again at 3 p.m.
Same link for the civil.
Yeah, same link for this. All the links are the same. I just want to say thank you to the 3 amazing committee chairs I want to say thank you to the women that have put this together. Amber, please stand up. Elle, Kate. They really worked hard, and so go to your respective last breakout session, and then we'll just leave from there. It's been a long day, and I don't think we need to come back together, but thank you all. We really appreciate it. So some evaluations in the Dropbox. There's a QR code, and there's also a clickable link, but you guys can just review us. It's pretty easy. It'll take 2 seconds, but you could do it. It's open forever, but by November 10th would be great. The Ice Queen by Felicia. We're gonna take a couple minutes, and then you guys can break out into your groups. There are 2 different Zooms if you're on the Zoom session. 3 p.m.
just chatting, but there you go.
Okay, you don't want to get it started?
No.
Okay, hi, everyone. I think we're going to get started just to try and get everyone out on time. Yes. We'd like to get started so we can get everyone out on time. Yeah. Ugh. Is this on? Doesn't sound like it's on. I don't want to yell.
Hi, everyone. We're going to start with the divorce panel now. So Angie, your table needs to sit Anju. Anju. We're starting Anju. Anybody near Anju? Sit down. And Marv and Jenny and Marv. And Jenny and Marv. Jenny and Marv. So we're going to start with Carleen, the tax issues and mediation. This is the family divorce room. If you want to be in the civil, you need to go next door, 2 rooms over. And then Bruce is going to ask a question. Bruce. But I'm singling out the talkers because Carleen's getting started. Luckily, I know everybody's name. If you don't know my name, then all right.
Carleen, you good?
Okay. Yeah.
Zoom, you can hear us all? I assume so.
Okay. Okay. Can everybody hear me? Is that good? It doesn't matter to me. I'm good. Yeah, I'm fine. Okay, so my name is Carleen Gaskin. I am a partner at Witham, and I am part of the Forensic Evaluation Services Group and the head of the Matrimonial Litigation Department. I am based out of the Saddlebrook, New Jersey office. We have offices all over the state of New Jersey and up and down the East Coast, and offer many types of audit, tax, and forensic services. I'm in my 25th year of being an accountant, which most of my career actually has been involved in matrimonial litigation. I am a CPA. I'm certified in financial forensics and accredited in business valuation. I have handled all types of divorce scenarios. The litigation, I've testified as an expert witness. I do mediation, and I'm also collaboratively trained as well. So today, what I wanted to help all of you with is try and give you guys a little bit of tools and some basic knowledge of the tax aspects that should be considered in equitable distribution, even if you're not a financial professional, because these things can't be ignored. And if they are missed when you're going through the negotiation process, it can wind up causing some issues at the end that weren't planned when the parties try and divide assets. And then you may have to reopen issues, and it might wind up costing them more money than they initially planned if they're not addressed while you're going through the process. A lot of them are pretty basic and can be handled by people who are not accountants or financial professionals. If anything gets very detailed or confusing, as Amber, I think, pointed out on her panel earlier, you should definitely have some people in your contact list that you can reach out to with questions. I know I'm always open to answer just general questions. I don't charge for things like that, or there are times when I'm just brought in as a consultant on a limited basis to handle just specific aspects. I know a bunch of the people, my friendly competitors who work the same way, we're always willing to help. We don't have to be fully engaged as a forensic where there's large retainers involved. We can just handle bits and pieces. I know my good friend Tony Prinzo works the same way I do. We've known each other for quite a long time, and we're always willing to help. So please, if take my contact information. If you ever have any questions along the way, I'd be happy to assist you. So, okay, now it's not switching. Okay, well, I'll start talking and then we can update the slideshow when we get there. This is in the materials that you did get, so everybody can refer to them after the fact. So basically, what the first slide would show is just kind of the basic topics of a balance sheet, right? The ultimate point of where you want to get in a financial part of a mediation is what is the marital balance sheet of the parties, and that's a summary of
the party's assets and liabilities. Depending on the financial situation of the case, it could be quite simple or it could be extremely complicated. Sure, no problem. Thank you. Okay, so we have, yeah, go backwards. Back. There you go. Thank you very much. Okay.
Forward, just click that
Okay,
arrow
I
right
was
there.
using that. Thank you.
Oh,
Okay. All right. So now these are some very basic categories of assets on a balance sheet. Balance sheets, of course, also include liabilities. They usually have less tax consequences, so I'm not going to really address those today. But keep in mind, some liabilities could. For example, I'll just give you one. Forgiveness of a debt could result in some income taxes that parties would have to consider. But today we're really going to focus on the asset side of a marital balance sheet. So we have your basics. Parties usually have some type of a bank or investment account. These can have types of funds in it that either earn income or don't, whether that would be interest, dividends, or market appreciation like stocks and bonds and mutual funds. There could be other private investments like limited partnerships when we're getting more into complex types of compensation structures, stock options, RSUs. Many people obviously have retirement accounts. You should be aware that there are multiple different types of retirement accounts that have very different types of rules, both for liquidation and tax purposes. Some are pre-tax contributions, some are post-tax contributions. We're going to get into that a little later. As well as the types of real estate that everybody can own. You can have residential or commercial, you can own it personally, you can own it through a different type of company. And again, this all affects the tax consequences if there's either going to be potential transfers or sales of these properties that you should, at least on a basic level, be aware they exist so that you can address it. A lot of times, hopefully the party's tax accountant should be aware of a lot of this because it is on a very general level. So you should feel free to hopefully contact them with questions. They prepared the tax returns. They should be somewhat aware with what the parties have and what the tax rates would be. And they should be able to help you potentially prepare maybe hypothetical or projected tax calculations if assets were sold. And then the last piece is when someone owns a business, that can take a bunch of different types of forms. These are your main types of businesses that people can own, and they all have different types of tax consequences in the way that they're reported. Okay, so we're going to start off with just your basic of personal income taxes and the general topics of where people are taxed and how they're taxed. So I think the most common that everybody is aware of is when somebody receives a salary or wages, that's going to be on a form W-2. It's basically the first line of a personal income tax return. And I think everybody's pretty much aware of how that works. The second type of income is investment income. Now, this can be in the form of interest or dividends, and it's reported on Schedule B and D. So Schedule B on the tax return is going to report any interest and dividends that parties report from any accounts that they own. Now, this could be a checking account that reports interest. This could be an investment account that reports interest or dividends. And another good resource for this schedule that I like to do as a forensic accountant is to also kind of compare this to discussions that you've had with the parties and make sure that every account that appears on this schedule has been part of the discussion and that everybody is aware of these accounts that exist. You would obviously want to get bank statements in order to confirm how much money is in these, probably take a look at the types of transactions. Are there transfers between accounts? And it's a little bit of a form to help verify that everything is accounted for and that you have a comfort level that everybody kind of understands what's part of the marital estate. Schedule D of the tax return is where the capital gains or losses are reported. So the most common example of this is stock sales. So when someone sells a stock, each individual stock sale actually has to be listed of the basis or the cost and then what it was sold for and whether there's a gain or a loss that's reported. This could also go further, though, to more complex assets such as business sales or other types of fixed assets that the parties may have owned that are sold. So any type of capital gain would be reported on this schedule that would reflect other assets. Now, these tax rates could differ from your ordinary income tax rate because if it's a long-term held asset, which would be over a year, the capital gains tax rate could apply, and that could range anywhere between 15 and 20% on the federal level. Schedule C of the personal income tax return is when somebody is a sole proprietor. They own a business, it's just themselves. Most of the time, it's not incorporated in any way. It doesn't have to file a separate business tax return. So they report their gross revenues and their expenses on the personal income tax return, and the net available is what's taxed at the ordinary income tax rate at that time. It's important to note that a sole practitioner cannot pay themselves a wage. Their earnings are basically the net income that's reported on the Schedule C. The only wages that would be reported would be if they actually have employees that are working for them. You could also have people who own businesses that are incorporated. So you could have an S Corp or a partnership or an LLC. Those would be considered what I'm sure you've heard the word flow through income or pass through income. Those are reported on a Schedule K1 and then ultimately reported on page 2 of the Schedule E of a party's individual tax return. So again, these two schedules of the business tax return are also another source for you to take a look at to see what assets they may have, because a party can also get a K1 for a business that they don't necessarily operate. It could also be an investment because if it's an LLC that they're an ownership in, they could be a silent investor and they're just getting the K1, but it's something that they don't get up and go to work for every day. So you want to make sure that you account for what that business is. You know, the question would have to come up, should there be a value to this business? What kind of income does it throw off? And if there are other distributions that maybe is another source of income for the parties. Well, we're going to talk about how this income is reported, but one of the things to note also is that sometimes the reported income on the personal income tax return related to a business doesn't always reflect the actual cash flow that a party does receive from these businesses. Another pretty standard part of a personal income tax return is the itemized deductions and versus a standard deduction. And where this becomes more important really is what the parties should be looking at after they're divorced. You know, what is their tax situation going to be when they're separated, and what are their tax rates going to be? Are they going to qualify for the itemized deductions, or is it going to be the standard deductions? Are they going to file as single? Do they qualify for head of household? These are all things that you should have discussions with your clients so that they're prepared and they know what to expect once the divorce is finalized, because their tax rates and their net cash flow is going to change just based on the fact of that they have to file differently. They should definitely consult with a tax accountant, because things like filing as head of household do have very specific qualifications in order to meet that filing. And the last thing you want to do is have somebody assume that they meet those qualifications, file that way, and then they wind up being audited and they wind up having to pay penalties and fines because they're going to wind up owing more taxes than they thought at the end of the day. And the last thing that I'd like to mention that you should all be aware of is, you know, most of the divorces we deal with younger children that are dependents. And when you're married, they're obviously both being deducted on the same joint tax return, assuming that's how they're being filed. So now if you have multiple children and we're going to be alternating who's deducting the children in which years, there is a form that has to be filled out. It's form 8832 that's on the slide. And it just basically is informing the IRS that the deductions are going to be alternated in years for the non-custodial parent. It has nothing to do with custody or rights or anything of that nature. It's just a tax form. And in order for the parents to alternate the deductions in each year, this form does have to be filled out. Okay, now we're going to get into the specific types of assets and what their tax effects are. That the individual client should consider. I think for the most part, we discussed most of the details of this. Again, this is really for people who have investment accounts and cash assets, stocks, The long-term versus the short-term capital gains, that's important because it does change the tax rates. And where this has to be considered is if you have a couple that maybe they have some level of savings, but in order to settle the case or pay bills, they may have to pay fees at the end of the day, or certain assets might have to be liquidated. This is where you would also have to take into account what taxes need to be considered. So if you're going to liquidate a stock to say, let's say, pay counsel fees, and the gross sale of the stock is $100,000, they will get $100,000 the day they sell the stock. But what you have to plan ahead for is that tax year they're going to owe taxes on that money. So you should make sure you have some type of allocation built into your agreement in order to cover those taxes and whose tax return it has to be reported on. So those are things that if you wind up using the full $100,000 to pay for the planned expenses, when it comes April of the following year to pay their taxes, they have to come up with, let's assume $20,000 at a capital gains tax rate to pay for the gain. If that were the case, sometimes people don't think that far ahead. And if you're not liquid, now you're stuck with where am I going to come up with the money? So these are all things that you should kind of have on your checklist to make sure that it's considered if you're liquidating assets that do have a tax liability. Another thing that I have come across with that people have questioned is when you get a summary of an investment account statement, say Morgan Stanley, Smith Barney, those type of things, they do have a summary on there of unrealized gains. That really has no effect on when you're mediating a case. It's just more informational. It kind of just gives a status of where the account is, what it has done during the year. But if you're not liquidating anything, it's not going to affect any taxes. It's not reported to the IRS. The only gains that are important are when you actually sell your mutual funds or your stocks. So that's just an informational piece on the statements, and it's really something that doesn't affect the value of the assets in the long run. Okay, retirement accounts. This one can be kind of tricky at the end of the day. The general comment that you have to definitely be careful, and I know somebody mentioned it, I think on the previous panel, you have to be careful when you're offsetting assets in a mediation and you're deciding who's keeping what and trying to equalize things, that there are certain retirement accounts that have pre-tax contributions and some that have post-tax contributions. So you don't want to offset, let's say, the equity in a house with the value of a 401k, because we're not talking about the same level of value for assets, because a 401k has not been taxed yet, where the equity in a house is a pre-tax value. So these are things that you want to make sure that you understand what type of accounts your clients have when you're going through equitable distribution. So if we start with the pre-tax retirement accounts, one of the most common is 401k. So all contributions come from an employee's pay. It gets taken out before taxes, deposited into the account. And you're allowed to contribute up to a max each year for the IRS. So in 2023, I have listed here the numbers. They pretty much go up a couple $100 every year. So if you need to separate money, if there's different premarital arguments or post-complaint arguments, you would have an estimate of what those numbers could be based on the maximum contributions. A lot of times you do have employers who will match that, and then you have market change that's a part of it. We have your standard IRA, which is also pre-tax contribution. Now, that's not a deduction on your personal income tax return since you're contributing it pre-tax. And there are also maximums to contribute per year for that account as well. I'm sure you've heard of a SEP IRA. Those are related to business owners, and businesses set them up. Businesses are the ones who make the contributions to that. Those are very common for sole proprietors. You might see the payments related to IRA contributions for the Schedule Cs. There's also a max that a business can contribute to that as well. These distributions and the earnings on these accounts are taxable when they're withdrawn. So when you're of retirement age and you start to make withdrawals from these accounts, you will then get 1099s from the companies that they're held with in order to have those distributions taxed at that time. If you take withdrawals out prior to the allowed retirement age, there will be a penalty related to that. For the most part, it's 10%, and the money that you're taking out is still taxable at that time. So you're paying the current ordinary income tax rate at the time you withdraw the money, in addition to a 10% penalty. So obviously, it's best to try and avoid that where possible. Sometimes it's not, and just make sure that the parties are aware of that. On another note, 401ks are extremely difficult to take withdrawals out. They have very strict rules on when you're allowed to withdraw the money. And sometimes each plan does have even more specific rules themselves. So if there are plan distributions that related to the equitable distribution agreement, you should make sure that you get a copy of the 401k plan and read that to make sure that you're in compliance with that in order to be able to make the distribution. Tax contributions for IRA accounts as a Roth IRA. So basically, you're putting money in that you've already paid taxes on. So that means that account is tax free until it's withdrawn. So because in this tax contributions, you already have to take a deduction on your tax amounts and there are matches again. That's like with domestic retirement accounts in order to be made for each year. Transferring these accounts to domestic relations as a result someone should provide 401k company or the deferred compensation company with an amount that they are to transfer into another retirement account on the other party's name. So you do not do it that way. You will get a 1099 as a distribution, and it will be taxable. And if the age, you will also have to pay the penalty if it's not done. For IRA, transfer one IRA to another IRA account. So as long as the transfer goes from retirement account to retirement account, it should be okay. There should be no tax consequences. They are easier to distribute an equitable distribution because there's not as many restrictions for the qualified plans. Okay, so real estate. Again, the taxes would come on real estate if they're sold or if they're transferred because they're owned by a company. If the properties are owned personally through a divorce, they can be transferred tax-free. You just have to transfer the title and there's no tax consequences. Potentially, if there's going to be a change in ownership in companies, you need to consult with a tax accountant to see if there's potentially going to be a tax consequence if you're going to have to change the ownership of a company related to that if it owns the real estate. So the place to look if you want to confirm potentially what's owned by the parties is the Schedule E, which is we've already previously discussed, but there's two places that the real estate could be reported. Schedule E, page 1, is if the real estate is owned personally by the parties, so that they would report both the gross rents and all expenses that are paid on page 1 of the Schedule E, and that's taxed at your ordinary income rates. It's owned personally, the deeds are in their names. If there's any mortgages, it would be in the parties' personal names. So makes it easier to distribute. If it's sold and it's the marital residence, the parties do have a capital gains tax exemption that the IRS offers. So if you're married and you sell your marital residence, up to $500,000 of any capital gain would be exempt from taxes. Now, everybody can take that exemption once every 2 years. And you also have to live in your home for 2 of the last 5 years. So if you meet those qualifications and the marital home is sold, you can get that exemption. If you're single after you're married, it's 250,000. So obviously half. So that should be a consideration too when you're planning. If you have a client that wants to keep the home, that should be a consideration because they're going to lose half of the deduction if you happen to have a large gain when you sell it. So I always like to make sure a client is aware. If you're going to keep the house long term, it's probably not as big of a deal because it's going to be an asset that you're going to keep, that you're going to maintain. And they're going to be aware that there's going to be costs down the road so they can be prepared. But if it's somebody who thinks that they want the house, but they're only going to keep it for say a year or two, because let's say you have a child that's a junior in high school and you want to stay in the same town, but you know that the house is too big for you, that eventually that you're going to want to downsize pretty soon after that, you're going to lose half of that gain if that's a possibility of, depending on when the house was purchased and what they bought it for. That's something you might want to consider you may have to sell the house sooner than you want and try and figure out, is there a place in the same town that they can either rent an apartment to try and save some of those taxes and do a little bit of planning ahead of time. Sometimes that's not possible. I know there's a whole bunch of other issues that goes into custody and, trying to keep stability for the children. And that's always a goal for all of us. But sometimes on a financial basis, if people are in a crunch, this is something that you'd have to consider if it's going to wind up costing a lot more money in taxes if it's sold as a single person than a married couple. So it's just something to keep in mind. The capital gains tax rates as of 2023 are 15%. For taxable income up to $492,000 and above that is 20%. So that pretty much applies to any capital gains on real estate or, as we discussed earlier, investment sales like stocks and bonds and mutual funds. So those are the range of the rates. And yes, I was just going to get to that. So this is the long-term capital gains rate. You have to own the asset for a year or more. So if you own anything, whether it's an investment account or a piece of property for a year or less, it's going to be taxed at the ordinary income tax rate of the parties during the year that they file the tax return for the sale. So yes, you're correct. Now, if a property is owned by a company, which is also very common, real estate holding companies, S corps, LLCs, partnerships, you do not get even if it's, sometimes it happens, I'm sure even in trusts, the marital residence is not owned personally, it's owned by a company. They will not get the tax exclusion for the gain. That's number one, because it's not owned personally. It's considered owned by a company or a corporation. So that also has to be taken into consideration. Now you have an asset that's definitely going to be taxed at some point. How do you deal with that? What's the amount? Again, this is where you should probably have somebody run some hypothetical tax calculations on where they stand. What's the basis of the property? You want to know, were there any renovations put into the property that could increase the basis to try and help reduce any capital gains? Is there going to be any transfer taxes? If they have to dissolve the company, if that's part of the agreement, is there going to be any issues with that? One of the most common reasons that people do put real estate property into companies is for liability purposes. They're trying to separate themselves personally, especially if it's a rental property for liability and being sued. That's the main reason. So just because there's property owned by a company, there's nothing wrong with that. It just creates a different tax consequence if the property is going to be transferred or sold. Okay, different types of businesses that you will find, and I've come across, of course, all of these over the years. They all have very different tax consequences. The two most common that I've come across is S corporations and partnerships. They do have the best tax laws for individuals, and these are your pass through or flow through companies. The owners of an S corp or partnership will receive a Schedule K1, and the income that's reported on a Schedule K1 is the income that's reported on the Schedule E of the personal income tax return, and the owners pay all taxes on these corporations' incomes personally. There's the S corps and the partnerships do not pay taxes to the IRS or the state. That's all handled on the personal income tax returns. Now, one thing that I do want to point out here is you definitely want to get the Schedule K-1s for these entities, because the other piece of information that they provide that's very important is the distributions that an owner will receive from this company. Distributions can be the same as the reported income. They can be more, they can be less, and there's varying reasons for that. And the distributions, one, are not taxable because the owners of the company pay taxes on all income that's reported, whether they take distributions or not. So if they leave money in the company, they're paying taxes on money that they didn't take, they're not using, and it's technically retained earnings of the business at that point. Now, sometimes people need to leave money in the business because of capital improvements. They need to buy equipment. They need to fix a building. It might be needed for that. Pay off a debt. So there could be explanations. Some people just feel more comfortable having a cash balance. But anything that's already taxed and taken as a distribution is really a savings component, which again is the accounting term for that is retained earnings. C corporations, your 1120s, those are less common. They're usually for much larger companies. Those are not reported on a personal income tax return. C corporations pay their own taxes, both to the government and the state. And the way that owners get paid from the C corporation are either through wages from working for the company or through dividends. And that's where the double taxation argument comes in. And that's where the S corporations benefit owners versus a C corporation, because when you get paid a dividend from a C corp, that's being paid by the company from earnings that they've just paid taxes on to the IRS. And now you are reporting that as dividends on your personal income tax return, and you're paying personal taxes on those dividends. So now basically the IRS is getting money twice from the same earnings, where in S corp, you are only paying the taxes on that on a personal, and you're not paying taxes on the distribution. So that's the tax benefit there. And then the sole proprietor, which is the Schedule C of the personal income tax return, it's very similar to an S corp, really, if you want to compare the two. All taxes are paid personally. The biggest difference is liability. The S corp, you're still considered a corporation. There's kind of a separation there from personal assets and business assets, and that's one of the main reasons that people set up LLCs and S corps and partnerships, is to try and insulate themselves from lawsuits. But the sole proprietor, I find a lot of people don't know this. It's okay if they don't have a separate business bank account to run their business. If they're not an LLC, they can combine their personal and business transactions in one bank account, but they just have to make sure that they have good enough records in order to separate it when they're preparing their tax return every year, so that the accountant can appropriately report what the gross revenues and expenses are related to the business. Obviously, it makes my job harder when people don't do that. And if you get audited, the IRS is never going to give you the benefit of the doubt if you don't have enough proof to show what's reported on your Schedule C as business revenue and expenses. And you still can have a Schedule C that is an LLC. So just keep that in mind. It's not wrong if that happens, but they just don't have it set up as a formal corporation. So you still have that liability aspect as well. And you can only have one owner still as a sole proprietor. So if they have more than one owner, then it has to be an S corp or a partnership. Okay, so alimony and taxes. I think everybody's probably aware that in general, alimony is not taxable anymore to the receiver, and it is not deductible by the payor. But that doesn't mean that we don't have to consider taxes when we're dealing with the number. At the end of the day, the most common issue that I have is, what are people going to wind up with at the end of the day? It's not as simple as just taking a percentage of gross revenue or the difference in everybody's gross income and saying alimony should be X based on this benchmark formula. Because when you take into consideration child support and people's needs that are now changing. We now have one household that's turning into two. We potentially may have two mortgages instead of one, or a mortgage and rent, and changing tax rates. You get a benefit from being married for the most part with your tax rate versus now you have two single people. So your net incomes are going to be different, where you may have had potentially more net income as one marital unit. You're going to have something different with two families. So looking at it as both a gross and a net basis is, I think, the most equitable way to do it, because the down and dirty formulas don't always produce the right number. And, if you have somebody that's going to wind up with a really large disproportionate share of the income at the end of the day, that's not going to be helpful for settling a case. And, you're going to wind up probably really quick with a change in circumstance case that's going to come back because somebody's not going to be able to either afford to live or afford to pay what it is that they thought that they were initially agreeing to. But one of the other issues too, where the tax calculations come into play and can be helpful, especially in higher income cases, and maybe even I find either shorter term marriages or marriages where the parties are so contentious that them having to deal with each other as little as possible after the divorce is the best case scenario for everybody. You can consider a lump sum alimony buyout, and that could go a couple of different ways. Obviously, you can do a full buyout. That's harder to do when you have really long-term marriages, because then you usually are going to have a really long-term payment of alimony. It's hard to estimate, and usually the payor isn't going to want to assume that risk that something wouldn't change in the future, where they would want to come back for a change in circumstance, whether it's cohabitation or a change in their business income, anything. They wind up disabled. There's something that would change alimony, because once a lump sum alimony payment is made, there's no modification. There's also the risks that you have to consider for the person receiving the lump sum. Now, for the most part, I always find it's better to get cash up front. You can plan better. You know what you're getting, and you have more information that way for budgeting purposes. However, you're potentially giving up the risk on the reverse side of, if maybe you're taking a little bit lower amount to get it done, if your spouse happens to make more in the future, you can't go back and get more. So everybody kind of takes the opposite ends of the risks, but if the number is done right, it should be relatively equal at the end of the day, and it's something that kind of works for the situation. These can definitely be done relatively simply with a present value calculator, and you can do ranges on the risk factors between considering inflation and then the risks that everybody's assuming. Those would be the arguments. So again, the term of the marriage and the how much, if there's known like changes in somebody's employment coming up, or all of these things can all be considered in the calculation as well, which I've done plenty of times, and you usually wind up with a pretty tight range that can be negotiated. So, it's an if this, then that. And then a second way that I've done it too is if someone is concerned about giving up some people like getting alimony on a monthly basis. It makes them feel more comfortable. And then on the other end, you may have the payor is going to say, well, I don't want to pay it all up front because I'm not sure what my future is going to be. You can do a partial buyout where maybe they give a lump sum up front, whether it's getting more equity in the house, it could be more cash, whatever assets they have at the time. And then the monthly amount is reduced. And that I find sometimes is a lot more palatable to the people that you're dealing with, because it's easier for the payor. And then the receiver is still getting some kind of monthly income that makes them feel a little more comfortable. And they're also getting a little bit more of equitable distribution up front so that they're able to work with that. So those are pretty common scenarios that I've helped attorneys calculate and come up with those ranges so that they can negotiate that. So that's pretty much covered all of the basic tax concepts that I've had to deal with. I mean, there's a lot of very complex stuff that I've had to deal with. Again, just for food for thought, recently over the last couple of years, I've done a ton of calculations for stock options and RSUs. There's a lot of vesting scenarios that are involved with that, some coverture fractions along with when they're taxable and when they're not. Those are things that, can be done on a per job basis, or they're part of an initial forensic engagement. So those are things that are definitely complicated. And you should get assistance with those, because you would definitely also need to read the stock plans related to that, because every single employer has different rules and qualifications. Sometimes there's blackout periods and restrictions for transfers and all of that can be kind of a lot to absorb. So having somebody who's familiar reading all of those details could be very helpful. I find a lot with partnership agreements, operating agreements as well. Sometimes they could have restrictions in them too. So you may keep that in mind. You might want to read that. If those documents exist, they could always be helpful for you on whether or not an asset can be transferred or sold, or what the tax consequences might be for an asset on that as well. Does anybody have any questions?
Determine the value of, say, a pension plan, like a teacher plan, a policeman plan.
Okay, so the question was, how do you determine the value for a pension? As an accountant, I don't do that. There are pension appraisers who basically would do that. So there's a couple I know in the state that are pretty widely used, and usually it doesn't take very long, but they just need the way they do it is they take they know how much money is going into the pension, the age of the person, the health, their life expectancy, and they'll come up with a present value for the pension at that point. And then it's basically a number that either that you can use as an offsetting asset as a buyout, or if you don't want to do it that way, pensions can also be quadroed, so that once the person who is contributing to the pension retires, then the other spouse would also start to get their share of the payment as well at that time. So it's two ways that you can negotiate that when you're going through it in mediation. Any other questions? Yes.
Say the wife keeps the original one. She has been there for 5 years, but she's not having issues with shelter. If the husband's moving into the beach house, you still have to abide by residing in for 2 out of the last 5 years.
Yes. So the question is, if there's 2 residences owned by the parties, one being a vacation home, the other being a marital residence, the spouse who keeps the vacation home, do they have to basically start over with the 2 years of being at their main residence? Yes, I believe they do, because their main residence was the marital residence. So the person keeping the marital residence can sell the house. They would, if they're keeping it, then they'd only get the $250,000 deduction if they sell it after the divorce. And the person now moving into the beach house or whatever the vacation home is, has to live there for 2 years as their main residence. Of 5. No, if they get divorced and they live there for 2 years, they could sell it after those 2 years and get the deduction. What that accomplishes is the IRS doesn't want you to do that every 2 years. So it's like, it's kind of like the 5 year, or it also gives the people a little bit of a break. So it's like, if you live in year 1, then you live somewhere else in year 2 and 3, and then you live back in that same house in year 4, you still qualify because you did 2 of the last 5 years.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify something, with my understanding. If there is a divorce and then the house is sold, within like within a 2-year time period, and you did have a husband and a wife who were living there, I think regardless if he was living in the, in the beach home, as long as he was there for like 2 out of the last 5 years and the house is sold, each party would be able to get the $250,000 exclusion.
Yes, that's for the marital residence. Yes, that's correct. I'm talking about, like, if the person keeps it longer than that, you know, whoever maintains the residence and they're there for 5 or 10 years and they sell it down the road, even though it was a joint asset during the marriage, they'll still only get the $250,000 deduction.
Right. No, I agree with
Correct.
that, but just that.
Yes,
little
there is a short
snippet.
time period. Yes, where the 500,000 would count.
Residency is his as well, and that the IRS gave that as a gift.
Say that again. I didn't hear what you said.
In the divorce agreement, they say that the husband is moving out to allow for separation. Even whatever her residency in the home applies to him as well. So that 2 out of 5 years, so long as she's in there, it also applies to him. It's a gift that the IRS gave in 1999 when they changed this rule.
Yes, but I think it's within that 5-year term. It's not forever. So
I mean, I work with 2 accountants on this, and I have an article, and that's what they told me, Bob Williamson and another CPA.
So you're saying that they would get the $500,000 exclusion if they sold the house 10 years after the divorce?
His name was on it and she met the residency requirement. You can check it, but
Yeah, I'll check that. I honestly, I did not know that. And if that's the case, then I learned something new today.
I'll send you my article.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that.
On this same topic. And the other requirement is that it's the use. So it's that in the beginning, if you transfer from husband to the, wife, or the husband's interest to the wife, if we're using, that example, then that gift, would be okay for a certain time period.
Yes.
But if the husband did not live there or have the use of the home, then it would not count. So, that's afterwards.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that part of it is when you're exchanging assets and equitable distribution and you're actually changing ownership of the asset, that affects it as well. So it's not going to carry over for an extended period of time. That's my understanding.
Once his name is off, it's off. It's not like, it's only if they maintain it with both names.
Oh, okay. I didn't understand that's what you're saying. That I agree with. I was talking about completely transferring an asset out of each other's names, that once that happens. Understood. Yes. Okay.
So switching to a different question.
Sure.
If they get divorced, let's say this year,
Mhm.
And there are some assets that get sold this year,
Yes.
but they're going to file their joint assets and there's going to be capital gains or something, and they get joint 1099s for 2023, but they're filing separately. How do they do that? How do they deal with them?
For the most part, per agreement, the general rule is however the asset is titled, that's who has to report it. So
Like I'm suggesting, like, what if it's a joint mutual fund account?
no, so if it's joint, they can either split it or one person can report it on their tax return 100%. Basically, think about it this way. The IRS wants their money. So as long as it's being reported 100% somewhere, they don't care. So you can either split it jointly if it is a joint account. So a lot of times joint checking accounts, right, or an interest. You can split the interest. They can each report half of the interest on their separate tax returns, or one person can take that 1099 and report it on their tax return. And because ultimately the tax rates will probably be close to the same. If not,
That was my next question. Or
As a
does it make
single-
sense for the lower income spouse to claim the whole thing?
Again, that's where tax scenarios are helpful, right? When you have your tax accountants, and sometimes when you have people who get along and want to if you come to an agreement that they're going to share in this tax savings, that can be helpful when you have a head of household filer and a single filer, because the head of household deductions are pretty high. So, a lot of times I have issues where people do that on their own. And then so you get somebody who it gets a huge refund, and then somebody who's stuck reporting a bunch of income and paying taxes. And that's where, you get disagreements with. But if the parties agree to do that, it can work to their benefit.
So is that what you do with head of households and different child tax credits and, because that goes into figuring out child support for mediations, run different scenarios of whose benefit or just
Yes,
alternating.
when I run net income tax scenarios, I do take into account how they're filing. So who's getting which dependents? Are they filing head of household or single? That's, yes, that should definitely all be taken into consideration.
Okay.
This is just a open-ended question, but any trends, insights, or thoughts around crypto? Any recommendations?
That's I am not an expert in crypto. I surprisingly have not seen a ton of it. I thought I would have seen a lot more of that by now. All I know is it's very hard to track. It's very hard to prove. If somebody doesn't disclose it, it's also very hard to find. It's definitely something you should ask right off the bat if you have to have somebody certify or depose them about questions, but it's so electronic. You want to ask for wallets. That's the important thing. That's where everything is kept. But I have not seen a ton of people invest in it yet. I think people are still skeptical. So on my end, I don't see it often. And if it is, it's not a lot of money at this point. But it's all supposed to be taxable and reportable, just like a regular investment account. Now, we're talking about the honor system because there's no specific checkpoint at this point, but that's definitely coming.
Yeah. Thank you. Yep. Any other questions? We're good. Oh.
This kind of dovetails into exactly what you said before, where you have to get, and Amber said it too, a qualified person to look at it. Because if you don't know what you're really looking at on the tax returns, you can miss things. I had one case, which was a high worth case, and they had almost $1 million of an NOL carry forward, which we allocated 50-50 as part of the divorce settlement. The other thing was in their portfolio, we were splitting it in kind. So she would get 50 shares, he would get 50 shares of whatever stock, but he had invested in some risky, not things that a normal person would invest in. So we made him take them all and she got another thing in exchange.
Yeah, no, I agree. Where possible, I always recommend splitting everything in kind because everybody then gets the same tax basis. But if you have somebody who made investments on their own that are more risky than others, they should probably keep those and you should let the other spouse have something that's a little more consistent. I definitely agree with that.
Okay, we have one more question.
Let's say, can you manage the transfer of assets as a part of a lifetime gifting? Not quite sure what that yeah. I mean, I think basically once you're divorced and separate, you're like starting fresh with your own assets and you're going to come up with your own estate plan and gifting plan and you're going to take it and do what you want with it. I find it very rare that people work that into an equitable distribution agreement. Yes, exactly. Bring in an estate planning attorney. That's the answer.
It's going to be, we're going to need this for our children, or we're going to take money and put it aside for.
Yes, definitely. If they, I've had people agree that, or like the off the top, we'll take X amount off the top and put it away for the children, and then everything else is going to be divided. But beyond that, yeah, most of the time it's people are going to do what they're going to do separately after the divorce.
They just want to repeat the code. Yes.
Yeah.
That was
that
all.
last one was in the chat.
Yep. Yeah. Some stuff about audio, but okay. Bear with us on that. This is the last code. 4578. 4578. 4578. And please complete the evaluation that's in the Dropbox. Lawrence wanted me to let you know that his bonus materials and his QR code is now in the Dropbox as well. And I wanted to thank our sponsors, Anchor Divorce, Our Family Wizard, Barson Group, Wilson Family Law, and Anthony Prinzo. Thank you all so much for coming. Thanks to all of our speakers. Take care, everybody. Get home safe.
You'll be getting a separate email to fill out the codes for your CLE that'll be getting to you after. It's a separate email. I heard you over there.
And you can scan the QR code on the screen if you want to do the survey, but you can also do it another time we'll send it out in an email. It's also in the Dropbox at the end, the very last, like closing remarks. It will be under evaluations. Yes, yes. Yeah, my mom will. And everyone else on Zoom, you're free to go. We will send out additional information if you have any questions. Thank you guys. Thank you for participating today.